friends, and welcome to Talking with Famous People, an internet television program of which I, host Eric, am the host. This welcome, additionally, hopes to convey to you anticipation of an excellent live stream and promises insight, wisdom, laughter, crying, everything you want. But before we get into any of that, let's discuss the title of this live stream. The title of this live stream is a disjunction, an or statement. Dread or the Montreal Expos. In order for the title to be either true or false, it would need to be a statement. So let's pretend it is. Let's pretend a statement is this live stream will discuss either Dread or the Montreal Expos. In order for it to be true, if that were the statement, then I'd need to speak about either the subject of Dread or the subject of the Montreal Expos at some point during this stream. You will note, of course, that disjunction, if turned into a statement, would not preclude me from talking about whatever else I talk about. I could talk about a billion things, but as long as one of those billion things is either Dread or the Montreal Expos, then my statement is still true. Of course, the title is not a statement. Is there something that I dread? Well, I was identifying the emotion I feel, which is afraid of getting in trouble by the neighbors. I'm afraid the neighbors are going to get me in trouble, by which I mean just like shake their finger at me or something. And I was trying to think of what's the general term for that kind of emotion. And that kind of emotion is called dread. So, I mean, my case of dread is bringing out a big hammer for a little nail. Okay, calling it dread. It's more accurately called afraid of the neighbors. I am currently afraid of the neighbors. I don't want to go outside because I don't want to see them because I am afraid of the neighbors. So, obviously, I don't have good cause to be afraid of the neighbors. As long as they can do anything to me or would do anything to me, even if they were to scold me, well, that would be initiating a conversation about what happened at least, and that would allow me to resolve the matter. What I'm really afraid to do is see them because I feel ashamed of myself. That's not a bad idea. Look, the other night, I don't want to look crazy, okay? But I want to assure you that it's not because of these mushrooms, and that if you take them, I think you'll enjoy them. I'm going to give you the other half ounce so you guys can split it. It's my apology for being loud and crazy. I'm sorry. That would probably be the best thing I could do, because trying to explain that my objective analysis of the situation is that I have less culpability for my behavior in that instance than I have in every other instance that may have been equivalently loud or annoying. But it's too hard to explain. It's too much of an explanation. Nobody wants to hear it, and certainly they don't. So probably the best FE thing to do would be, I don't remember what I said, mostly. I just remember. Later on, towards the around as we got near the time when I took a hydroquinone, I tried to get a little bit more lucid. I remember that part a bit better, But I'm embarrassed. I feel ashamed of myself. And accompanying that is dread of seeing the neighbors. So that's one of the subjects that I wanted to talk about. The other subject I wanted to talk about, so I could have made it a conjunction, it would still be true, is the Montreal Expos. I want, instead of the A's going to Vegas, I want them to go become the Montreal Expos, so that the Montreal Expos will once again exist. All through my childhood, I had some engagement with baseball cards. The Expos don't exist anymore. They became the Nationals. But I miss them. I want the Montreal Expos back. Because, for one thing, if a team went to become the Montreal Expos again, it would just be hilarious that Montreal is still naming their team after a World Expo from like 50 years ago. Why would you name your team something like that, knowing that the further away you get from the naming, the less relevant your name becomes? You shouldn't do that. I'll tell you a team that's well named. The WNBA team, the Las Vegas Aces. That's a great name for a Las Vegas team. It's never gonna become irrelevant. Right? It'd be like saying the Los Angeles Olympians, because we had the Olympics here in 1984. It's just poor foresight by the naming committee. Well, there's still one Canadian baseball team, the Toronto Blue Jays. I like that name, the Blue Jays. Nice, peaceful name. And when you hear it, you think, I like Blue Jays. Blue Jays are fine. So, I think the Nationals is a good name for Washington, right? That's a great name for the team. What you want to avoid, if you do get a team that moves, you want to avoid completely the Utah Jazz phenomenon. Originally, the Utah Jazz were the New Orleans Jazz. That makes sense as a name. The New Orleans Jazz, right? Even like the LA Galaxy makes sense. Because there's a lot of stars in Hollywood, right? So, okay, fine, makes sense. That's not going to change. Hollywood's not going to go anywhere. That's safe. But While the Minneapolis Lakers made perfectly good sense, the Los Angeles Lakers makes no sense at all. There aren't hardly any lakes in Los Angeles. I watered over here. Rachel and I are going to stand over here on this dirt area for the actual do you meow 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 take meow meow meow, right? And I realized this morning if I water it every day for the next week, it'll be grass there. Grass or weeds or wildflowers or whatever, you know. And I said to myself, good thinking, Eric. Pretty sneaky, sis. Those are the two things I said. No, I'm lying. I didn't say those two things. I'm sorry I lied to you. You're right to be angry. This is precarious. I hope it doesn't fall off the deck down there into the hill. Just, you're not going to be able to see the tripod, but if it were to fall down onto the hill, which I want to avoid. Avoiding hill falls. It's a good name for a self-help book. Avoiding hill falls. A central message would be, don't precariously balance things, either literally or metaphorically. How do you like this view? I'm giving you a lap dance right now. Are you enjoying your lap dance? That'll be $50, please. I guess you can stick it into my G-string. I should get a piece of string, kind of a thick piece of string that has the letter G on it. Or it is a headband. And tell people it's my G-string. That's a good Halloween costume. You just have that around your head, otherwise dressed normally. People go, what are you dressed up as? I'm a stripper. See the G-string? It's a good Halloween costume idea. I like that. I'm going to try to remember that for Halloween. Think about this. Consider how little a G-string covers. Do people ever go even less and get an F string, an E string, a D string? A C string must just be like a piece of regular string. A B string is like a guitar string. An A string is just like a little super thin filament. She was wearing nothing but an A string. No, I mean an acoustic guitar A string. That was her bikini. It didn't cover much. I wonder if you could get a guitar string to go around your waist and under your crotch and still fit the end through the little hole. And then you could tie it there. What do you mean I'm naked? I'm wearing a G-string. You can pluck it. It's not tuned, but it's still a G-string. maybe when a lady is auditioning for like a commercial for a beach and or a rap music video, and they inform her, okay, you got the part. Just show up in a G-string. She's never heard the term outside of a guitar context. She might show up to the beach wearing just a G-string. Maybe another G-string on top, and just this little metal wire that pushes down her boobs and covers over just the middle of her nipples. The G-string to compared the heaviest of the violin strings, the G-string, to the length of sinew or gut that Indians tied around their waist to hold up their breechcloths. Oh, but see, that's not enough to also go under your crotch. There's an extra distance you have to go there. So, Indian squaws, they could only basically cover up their clitoris when they wore their G-strings. In Native American culture, you didn't have to cover up your whole genitals. Women just needed to cover their clitoris, and men just needed to cover their pee hole. They were considered fully dressed in that case. That's formal dress, plus, of course, a feather headdress in Indian cultures. I already told him he's an ISTJ. He didn't listen to me. Unsurprisingly, probably he was too busy worrying about the Montreal Expos. I can't blame him for that. No. Guitar strings require too much tension to work properly. When I was driving to Oakland, when we were listening to updated Chappie tracks, I really felt inspired to make music. Maybe I should do that some today. I've swept up a little bit outside earlier. I watered that dirt area so that when Rachel and I go there to get married, it'll have grass on it. Well, I told him he's ISTJ. Did he want to listen to me? No. And the reason is because he's an SIO. And that's a subjective knowing function. My objective knowing cannot possibly know him better than his subjective knowing, says the ISTJ. Yo. E flat, maybe? You're a hero. You're alive. You like to eat Christmas candy. You can see just how everybody wants a meow, meow, meow. Hero. 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 Lamb. You can eat a Christmas ham. You can see what is wrong if you look hard lamb, hero, lamb, you can eat a Christmas ham. Eat a Christmas ham. Well, let's say that's not a very good composition. It's important to demonstrate doing a bad job as well. You know, you can't always just demonstrate doing a good job. I call that song bow down, 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 bow, bow. Here's the start of a Weezer song. That's why you think it sounds like a Weezer song. Somebody's hiding, is chilling my icebox. Somebody's cold warm is giving me chills. I guess I just, oh yeah, alright, feels good inside. Wrestle with Jamie, turn on the telly. Something is a bubbling inside my mind. Bottle is ready to blow. Say so, your love is a heartbreaker. Say so, my life is a love taker. I have to see what the bridge is. The bridge in the song just makes it transcendent. It's a great song up to that point. You're like, oh, that's a great song. But the bridge is absolutely transcendent. But I don't remember it. I have to look it up. Okay, here it is. Dear Daddy, I write you in spite of years of silence. You cleaned up, found Jesus. It's all good, so I hear this bottle of Stevens awakens ancient feelings like father, stepfather. The sun is dreaming in the flood. Yeah, yeah. That's such a brilliant bridge. It's one of the most brilliant bridges in history. Dear Daddy, I'm writing in spite of years of silence. Through you found Jesus, things are good. Oh, so I hear this bottle of Stevens awakens ancient feelings like father, stepfather. The sun is running in the flood. It's fucking brilliant. It's so great. What a brilliant bridge. It like just takes what's already a great song and just shoots it into the stratosphere. Things like that, like brilliant pieces of songwriting, just they're they're yeah, dear Daddy, I write you in spite of years of silence. You cleaned up, found Jesus. Things are goods, or so I hear. This bottle of Stevens awakens ancient feelings. Like father, stepfather, the sun is drowning in the flood. It's so epic. It's really epic. This is a good song that's very easy to cover. It's not transcendent because it lacks that kind of brilliant songwriting that Sadie and so has. But it's still a good song and easy to cover. I'll put it here. I hear your heart beat to the beat of the drums. Oh, what a shame that you came here with someone. So while you're here in my arms, Let's make the most of the night like we're gonna die young. That catches on. Young hearts, out our minds, running till we're out of time. Wild child, looking good, living hard just like we should. Don't care who's watching, we're tearing it up. That magic that we got, nobody can touch. I like that catchy song. It doesn't cover very well as a guitar song, but it's a great song to listen to in the car. Okay, I know what I'm looking for. One of the time I just love listening to in the car. This is B7 suspended 4. Oh no, this is. Okay. What goes on in your heart? What goes on in your mind? You are tearing me apart. Oh, when you treat me so unkind. What goes on in your mind? The other day I saw you as I walked along the road. But when I see you with them, I could feel my future fold. It's so easy for a girl like you to lie. Tell me why. Scroll down. What goes on in your heart? What goes on in your mind? You are tearing me apart. When you treat me so unkind. What goes on in your mind? I met you in the morning waiting for the tides of time. But now the tide is turning, I can see that I was blind. It's so easy for a girl like you to lie. Tell me why. What goes on in your heart? I used to think of no one else, but you were just the same. You didn't even think of me as someone with a name. Did you mean to break my heart and watch me die? Tell me why. What goes on in your heart? What goes on in your mind? You are tearing me apart. When you treat me so unkind. What goes on in your mind? What a great Beatles song. And it is so straightforward. But look, this is the thing. You got the chorus, right? It's just E7, A7, E7, A7, B7, E. But the thing that makes it great is when the chords change. They change at an odd time, right? What goes on in your heart? What goes on in your mind? You are tearing me apart. When you treat me so unkind. What goes on in your mind? And then the verse, The other day I saw you as I waited along the road. He goes to A minor, you know. The other day I saw you as I walked along the road. But when I saw you with them, I could feel my future fold. It's so easy for a girl like you to lie. Tell me why. What goes on in your heart? What goes on in your mind? You are tearing me apart. When you read me so unkind. What goes on in your mind? Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. It's so easy for a girl like you to love. Just it just plays itself, you know. It's so butter. It's perfect. Of course, it's by no means the only perfect Beatles song. A lot of those out there. And that song is just so perfect to play. It just plays itself. Your day breaks, your mind aches. You find that all those words of kindness linger on when she no longer needs you. She wakes up, she makes up, she takes her time and doesn't feel she has to hurry. She no longer needs you, and in her eyes you see nothing. No sign of love behind the tears, cried for no one. A love that should have lasted years. You want her, you need her, and yet you don't believe her when she says her love is dead. You think she needs you, and in her eyes you see nothing. No sign of love behind the tears, cried for no one. A love that should have lasted years. She wakes up, she makes up, what a great song. It's so good. It makes me feel all gushy inside when songwriters do things perfectly. It really does. The thing is, you can tell a lot about how good of a job a songwriter has done by how easy it is for you to sing the song, the melody of it, and the different parts of it when you're not hearing it. Like, one way I know that Cloudy in Los Angeles is a very good song is I can sing it a cappella in the car and it sings itself, you know. It all fits together perfectly. It all one thing leads to the other thing appropriately. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggle past Struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I got something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. I just have to figure out what that something is. What is that something that I have to say? Hello? You mean because I don't explain what the something I'm going to say is? Well, you may be right there. You may be right. Let's do what I'm doing. Oh, guitar. I wish I was a better guitar player. I had to ask him to reschedule. About midnight, I realized I'm not going to make it. I'm dead tired. if I could stay up till 1 and type the guy, but I'm not going to do a good enough job. You know, I need to earn the money he paid me by doing it right. If I'm too exhausted, I just say, okay, I got to reschedule. So I went to bed. I haven't checked my email this morning to see what the rescheduled time he wants, but I will today at some point. It's a lot easier to play this guitar than the other guitar I used to have. I mean, I still have it, but I don't ever play it anymore. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to get back to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually. But his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started out so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, taking things and factless to listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation, right in the why, the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Delighting, exciting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to read, but so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a plot to get the Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now at what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a lot. My voice is kind of sharp right now, but it wasn't too bad. Reminded me of an alpaca being sheared. If you've never heard an alpaca being sheared, you should listen to it. You should watch a video of an alpaca being sheared. They really scream. They really don't want to be held down and sheared. But then when they're done, when they get up, they're happy because they're no longer so covered in fur and it's hot outside or whatever, you know. Legends follow Boba Fett's not an INTP. Boba Fett's not denying infinity. How could he be an INTP? Where's the NE? It's obviously unconscious, 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 unconscious. Where's the TI? It displays as a value. I think you can see why it's not something that is hard to function for her or him. I mean him begin to transition now into a woman. And that is why legends fall. Boba Fett's not an ING. Hopefully that song explained it to you. I can explain things in some form that helps the listener learn what I have to say. They can then sing the song themselves and say, now I know what Eric was talking about. See, that's how it works. I teach with music. I'm teaching you right now. I'm teaching you about yourself, about life. I'm telling you what to do. I'm telling you what you must do all the time. You've got good eyesight, decent to a bit weakening. Well, that'll be useful for seeing things. I mean, I think Boba Fett's an INFJ because I typed him. I have good reason to think he's an INFJ. I actually typed him. I'm not just basing it on things in the chat. But one reason we know he's an INFJ and not an INTP is because he only likes my best songs. And he's correct about the songs he likes. Whereas an INTP would be like, no, I don't really like the NI that much. I want something unnecessarily weird and unpleasant to listen to. No, I don't think there's a video. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you've got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. And there's wonderful kitty, petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you get clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Hooray! No, I'm serious. That Boba Fett's an INFJ. I'm not joking. I'm serious. I did type him. He is an INFJ. My interactions around here with him have confirmed that. Not, I mean, have been consistent with that. They've never been inconsistent with that. I'm very convinced he's an INFJ. I'm not making that up or lying or being facetious or whatever. I'm saying what I actually mean. We need to know. We need to see. We need a pen happening. We device of the unlike and from which we'll early budge. People gathering. I should practice that song. I used to have it memorized and could play it well and it sounded good, but it's a bit of a hard song to play because there's a lot of words to it. Meow. We need to know. We need to see. We need the pen happenings down by some means to judge a logic to life we divisively unlike and from which we're rarely budge. People everywhere gather up enemies, outrage that tower in the time. Oh, they let the priorities, these foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing, and falling necessarily from their savage ways. Clinton, Carson, and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all position the records and construction of the whole. That we all position the records and construction of the whole damn world. Judy there's now her limit. Hoping Julie will too. Jerry shared my limits. Like they do. She always thought that she should have bought too when she had the chance to buy. Julia soon forgot about should and not, although she don't recall, she'll die. People everywhere gather up enemies, outrage that tower, they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. And Chad, Carson, and Desiree, we're stuck with this petty larceny. Partition, we all partition the rectories and cold destruction of the whole damn world. Ha 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 boom. It's potentially pretty great song if I nail it, but it's a bit, it's a lot of memorization. I don't practice it is the problem. I don't practice enough is my basic problem. Inadequate fourth slot, SI. Let me look at the lyrics for this song. Called Great Leap Forward. Right. It may have been Camelot for Jack and Jacqueline, a Che Guevara highway filling up with gasoline. Fidel Brust. Let's start over. It may have been Camelot for Jack and Jacqueline, but on a Che Guevara highway filling up with gasoline. Fidel Castro's brother spies a rich lady who's crying. Luxuries, disappointments, so he walks over and he's trying to sympathize with her. But he thinks that he should warn her that the third world is just around the corner. In the Soviet Union, a scientist is blinded by the resumption of nuclear testing, and he is reminded that Dr. Robert Oppenheimer's optimism fell. The first hurdle. In the cheese pavilion, and the only noise I hear is the sound of someone stacking chairs and mopping up spilled beer, and someone asking questions and basking in the light of the 15th fun-filled minutes with the fanzine writer. Mixing pop and politics, he asks me what the use is. I offer him embarrassment and my usual excuses while looking down the corridor out to where the van is waiting. I'm looking for the great leap forward. Jumbo sales are organized and pamphlets have been posted. Even after closing time, there's still parties to be hosted. Active with the activists or sleeping with the sleepers while you're waiting for the great leap forwards. One leap forwards, two leaps back. Will politics get me the sack? Waiting for the great leap forwards. Well, here comes the future, and you can't run from it. If you've got a blacklist, I want to be on it. And I'm waiting for the great leap forwards. Oh, Billy Bragg, you so cray. You really are so cray, and I'm proud of you for being such a good songwriter and concurrently a complete idiot. Um, Billy Bragg, pretty damn great songwriter. Obviously, he's got his fair share of crap, but who doesn't, right? It's bad timing and me. We find a lot of things out this way. And there's you, a little black cloud in a dress. The temptation. Oh, I gotta make this a little bit bigger. Can't quite read it. It's bad timing and me. We find a lot of things out this way. And there's you, a little black cloud in a dress. The temptation to take the precious things we have apart to see how they work. Must be resisted, for they never fit together again. If this is rain, let it fall on me and drown me. If these are tears, let them fall. Must I paint you a picture about the way that I feel? You know I love you is strong, girl. You know my love for you is real. It took short walk and a talk to change the rules of engagement, while you searched frantically for reverse. And then claiming that virtue never tested is no virtue. Virtue never tested is no virtue at all. And so I lost my ignorance. And across the river chime out your name. I look across to them again. Must I paint you a picture about the way that I feel? You know my love for you is strong, girl. You know my love for you is real. It's kind of a hard song to play. The guitar rhythm. I shouldn't have picked this one. I haven't played it in a while, so it's like if I listened to the song, I'd probably be able to play it better. It's one of those things I'd have to practice a bit. Let's see if I can play this one. Surely, it's quite exciting to be sleeping here in this new room. Surely, you're a reason to get out of bed before noon. Surely, you didn't know when we sat on the fire escape talking. Shirley, what did you say about running before we were walking? Sometimes when we're as close as this, it's like we are in a dream. How can you lie there and think of England when you don't even know who's in that team? Shirley, your sexual politics have left me all in a muddle. Surely we are joined in the ideological cuddle. I'm celebrating my love to you with a pint of beer and a new tattoo. And if you haven't noticed yet, I'm more impressionable when my cement is wet. Politics and pregnancy are debated as we empty our glasses. How I love those evening classes. It's a good song too. This isn't in the key I'm used to playing it in. I should transpose it to what there's proper key, but Shirley, you really know how to make a young man angry. Shirley, can we get through the night without mentioning family? The people from your church agree it's not much of a career. Trying the handles of parked cars. Whoops, there goes another year. Whoops, there goes another pint of beer. Here we are in our summer years, living on ice cream and chocolate kisses. And would the leaves fall from the trees if I was your old man and you was my missus? Shirley. A well-constructed song. He's a little wordy, you know. He's an ENFP, so what do you expect? But he does have a lot of good songs. What's another Billy Bragg song I usually play? Let me see. Billy Bragg. This is the super sad song. This one is the one I usually play. This song is ridiculous and hilariously communist nonsense. But it's still a good song. Stop! Uh-huh. Alright, that's enough lined up here. I'm going to try the super sad one first, see if I can play it. Someday, boy, someday, boy, someday, boy, you'll reap what you sow. You'll catch a cold and be on your own. You will see that what's wrong with me is games on. Poetry and flowers, pretty words and friends. Poetry and flowers, pretty words and threats. You've gone to the dogs again, and I'm not placing bets on you coming home tonight. Anything but blind. If you take me for granted, then you must expect to find surprise, surprise. Valentine's Day is over. It's over. Valentine's Day is over. It's over. This is a hard song to play too, of course. If you want to talk about it, well, you know where the phone is. Don't come round reminding me again how brittle bone is. God didn't make you an angel, the devil made you a man. The brutality and the economy are related now, I understand. When will you realize that as above, so below, there is no love? Valentine's Day is over. It's over. Valentine's Day is over. It's over. For the girl with the hourglass figure, time runs out very fast. We used to want the same things, but that's all in the past. And lately it seems that as it all gets tougher, your ideal of justice just becomes rougher and rougher. That part's hard to get. Because of the rhythm it has, you know. Thank you for the things you bought me. Thank you for the card. Thank you for the things you taught me when you hit me hard. That love between two people must be based on understanding. Until that's true, you'll find your things all stacked out on the landing. Surprise, surprise. Valentine's Day is over. It's over. Valentine's Day is over. It's over. Pretty great lyrics, right? If you want to talk about it, well, you know where the phone is. Don't come around reminding me again how brittle bone is. God didn't make you an angel. The devil made you a man. The brutality and the economy are related now, I understand. When will you realize that as above, so below, there is no love? Valentine's Day is over. It's over. For the girl with the hourglass figure, time runs out very fast. We used to want the same things, but that's all in the past. And lately it seems that as it all gets tougher, your ideal of justice just becomes rougher and rougher. Valentine's Day is over. That's just pretty great lyrics. Someday, boy, you'll reap what you've sown. You'll catch a cold and you'll be on your own. And you'll see that what's wrong with me is wrong with everyone that you want to play your little games on. Poetry and flowers, pretty words and threats. You've gone to the dogs again, and I'm not placing bets on you coming home tonight anything but blind. If you take me for granted, then you must expect to find. Surprise, surprise, Valentine's Day's over. This is a Billy Bragg song written obviously from the perspective of a wife suffering domestic violence. it sounds kind of strange with his voice singing it, of course, accordingly, because a girl should sing that song. All right, this one's called Little Time Bomb. It's by Billy Bragg. Playing Billy Bragg catalog today. One of them's off her food and the other one's off his head, and both of them are off down the boozer to drink a toast to the one that he hates most. And she says there are no winners, only losers. Well, if there are no winners, then what is this he thinks as he watches her complete a lap of honor? And he sits in the stands with his head in his hands, and he thinks of all the things he'd like to bring down upon her. Revenge will bring cold comfort in this darkest hour, as the jukebox says it's all over now, and he stands and he screams, what have I done wrong? I've fallen in love with a little time bomb. I've fallen in love with a little time bomb. In public, he's such a man. He's punching at the walls with his bare and bloody hands. He's screaming and shouting and acting crazy. But oh, he sits at home and he cries like a baby. Oh, he holds your letters, but he can't read them as he fights this loneliness that you call freedom. He said this would happen when you wore a robe. I've fallen in love with a little time bomb. I've fallen in love with a little time bomb. That's a pretty straightforward, good, easy song to play. You know, it's not that difficult to play anyway. Just gotta remember the groove of it or whatever. Uh, I was a miner. I was a docker. I was a was a docker. I was a railway man. I raised a family in times of austerity. Sweat at the foundry between the war. Between the war. That doesn't seem right. Trouble, go out the garage door. I was a miner. I was a docker. I was a railway man between the wars. I raised a family in times of austerity, with sweat at the foundry between the wars. Between the wars, I paid the union as times got harder. I looked to the government to help the working man, but they brought prosperity down at the armory. We're arming for peace, me boys, between the wars. I kept the faith and I kept on voting, not for the iron fist, for the helping hand. Theirs is a land with a wall around it, and mine is a faith in my fellow man. Theirs is a land of hope and glory. Mine is the green field and the factory floor. Theirs are the skies, all dark with bombers, and mine is the peace between the wars. Call up the craftsmen, bring me the draftsmen, build me a path from cradle to grave, and I'll give my consent to any government that does not deny a man a living wage. Go find the young men, never to fight again. Bring up the banners from the days gone by. Sweet moderation, heart of this nation, desert us not between the wars. I didn't really execute it until I finally got it figured in my head, but what a great song, and what a stupid communist. What is that sound? Where is it coming from? All around. What are you running from? Something you don't understand. Something you cannot command. That's how I know. She's got a new spell. Yeah, that's how I know. She's got a new spell. What's going down? Who's moved this room from round me? Where is it gone? I fear this night will drown me, so I lie awake all night. 'Cause you can't live in love that you can't buy. 'Cause I can't sleep with something I can't buy. The laws of gravity are very, very strict, and you're just bending them for your own benefit. I don't remember that part, how it goes. Anyway, the point is he's a good songwriter. Isn't that a terrible communist manifesto? But it's still a good song, right? There is power in a factory, power in the land, power in the hands of the worker. But it all amounts to nothing if together we don't stand. There is power in a union. Now the lessons of the past were all learned in workers' blood. The mistakes of the bosses we must pay for. From the cities and the farmlands to trenches full of mud. War has always been the boss's way, sir. The Union forever defending our rights. Down with the black flag, all workers unite. With our brothers and our sisters from many far off lands. There is power in a union. Now I long for the morning that they realize brutality and laws cannot defeat us. But who'll defend the workers who cannot organize when the bosses send their lackeys out to cheat us? Money speaks for money, the devil for his own. Who comes to speak for the skin and the bone? What a comfort to the widow, a light to the child. There is power in a union. The union forever defending our rights. Down with the black leg, all workers unite. With our brothers and our sisters, together we will stand. There is power in a union. What a great song. And again, what a stupid communist. ENFPs. Like, how can you be such a good songwriter and such a terrible thinker? Well, simple. They're different skills. There's a song by the Smith Street Band called A Conversation with Billy Bragg about the Purpose of Art. I gotta see what the lyrics to this are. Let's see what it says. I don't come here with solutions, I come to you with ideas. I don't get no retribution, can't make the bad thoughts disappear. I want to make great art that doesn't sell, tell a couple of contemporaries to go to hell. I don't know how to save the planet, but complaining doesn't help. I don't come here with an answer, nor do I think that I can. I'm the party's over dancer. Dodge is a cleaner than the band. I'm not trying to present fiction and tell you that it's fact. I don't care whose wares you're pitching. I don't give a fuck about all that. I poured into this body for just one important thing. Nothing's ever killed me if I can play the guitar and sing. I don't come here with an answer, nor do I think that's my job. I'm the party's over dancer in the car park smoking bongs. I don't come here with an answer, nor do I think that I could. I'm the party's over dancer, pulling shapes I don't think I should. Well, the lyrics are a little clumsy, but he's right. Like, to tell Billy Bragg, no, you're doing lyrics wrong. That guy didn't do lyrics especially well. Billy Bragg doesn't always do lyrics wrong. For example, in this one, has great lyrics. My friend said she could see no one ahead, and I was probably better off without you. My friend said she could see no one ahead, and I was probably better off without you. She said to face up to the fact that you weren't coming back, and she could make me happy like you used to. But I'm sorry to say I turned her away, knowing everything she said was true. And that's the price I pay for loving you the way that I do. And there's something inside that hurts my foolish pride to visit the places we used to go together. Not a day goes by that I don't sit and wonder why your feelings for me didn't last forever. Girl, I love you so much that sometimes it's such I'd walk a mile with a stone in my shoe. And that's the price I pay for loving you the way that I do. So keep that phone out of my way, for the things I must say are empty if you don't believe they're true. And that's the price I pay for loving you the way that I do. And that's the price I pay for loving you the way that I do. Girl, I love you so much that, baby, it's such I'd walk a mile with a stone in my shoe. Those are great lyrics, right? It's just he needs to stay away from politics because he's not a good thinker, you know? He's a good songwriter, he's a good artist often, but he's not a good thinker, so he's not thinking correctly about what makes him a good artist when he is a good artist. That should be up a full step. Got it wrong in the wrong key. Between March and marzipan in the dictionary, there was Mary. Between the deep blue sea and the devil, that was me. If ever anyone could help me with my obsession with the young Susanna York, it was Mary. In my pink pajamas, she asked for something, I gave her the short answer. She read our stars out loud, and I knew then that we should have gone sailing. But we stayed home instead, fighting on the waterbed like a honeymoon couple on drugs. Me and Mary. A sound of happy couples coupling happily in the park. While you and I sat down to tea, we remembered you said to me that no amount of poetry can mend this broken heart, but you can put the hoover around if you want to make a start. All my friends from school introduce me to their spouses, while I'm left standing here with my hands down the front of my trousers. I just don't know what to do. I wonder, how did Dad meet you, and how did they conceive of me? Tell me, Mary. Do 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 do. Used to go play that a long time ago, but those are pretty good lyrics. His songs about girls are pretty good lyrics, you know. Right. You know, like, I'm in favor of communism, but I'm opposed to everything that communism is. Real communism is we all agree how great communism is. And we all agree about how we want to do it. How is that? That's real communism. No, that's just you wanking your ideology into a cup and then drinking the spew. It's like implicit to all ideas of communism is a mechanism of authoritarianism. You cannot force everybody to be communist without forcing everybody to be communists. I think I've heard it, I might. I do really like the song Somebody Stop This Train. It's by John Mayer. Never tried to play it before, I don't think. Looks complicated. It looks super complicated. It's got a bunch of chords I don't have to look up, like D suspended 2. What's D suspended 2? Well, it's this. What's D add 4? It's this. What's D major 13th? D major 13. It's this. That's D major 13. This is E9. I didn't know this was E9 if you added that. I had no idea that was the case. A minor 9 is just this. B minor 9 is this. B minor 9 slash D is this. G suspended 2 slash A is this. And this is used in a Tom Petty song. You're a bad, you're a bad, 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 bad girl. You're a bad girl who's living in Reseda. Yeah, meow, meow. And your boyfriend too. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Cause I'm free. Free falling. That's basically that Tom Petty song. But I'm not looking at the chorus of that. I'm looking at the chorus of this, which is just insane. So I'm going to try to play it anyway. Let's say G major. Why would you put G major? It's just G. How annoying. Instead of writing G, they wrote G major. Never. There's no way. It would take me a long time to figure out how to play this John Mayer song. Somebody stop this train. It's too complicated. I mean, I could figure it out and learn it. Like I learned how to play Misty, which is also full of weird chords, because I like the song a lot. But it's not as complicated as that one. Usually, when I have complicated chords, like meow meow, suspended meow, whatever, I just play the bass note. Like this one starts on E flat major 7, which is that jazzy chord. Look at me, look at me. I'm as helpless as a kitten up a tree. And I feel like I'm floating to a cloud. I can't understand. I get misty just holding your hand. Walk my way, and 1,000 violins begin to play. Oh, it might be the sound of your hello, the music I hear. I get misty the moment you're near. Can't you see that you're leading me on? Well, it's just what I want you to do. Don't you notice how hopelessly I'm lost? That's why I'm following you on my own. That song's hard to play. See? On my own. What I want. On my own. Would I wander through this wonderland alone? Never knowing my right foot from my left, my hat from my glove. I'm too misty and too much in love. Too misty and too much in love. Anyway, it's hard to play. I can't. The bridge is. It doesn't seem to go with the melody I know the bridge to be, so I'm not quite sure what's up with that. But that's just life in the big city. Sometimes you gotta just wing it a little bit. I'm crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so blue. I knew you'd love me as long as you wanted. Then someday you'd leave me for somebody new. Worry, why do I let myself worry? Wondering, what in the world did I do? I'm crazy, I'm crazy for thinking my love goes. I'm crazy for trying and crazy for crying and crazy for loving you. I'm crazy, I'm crazy for thinking to hold you. I'm crazy for trying and crazy for crying and crazy for loving you. That one went pretty well, right? That's a good that's a good transcription of this song. Whoever transcribed this did an excellent job. That's a really good transcription. Um, Ball. What is this chord? E flat minor 7 flat 5? Like this? Okay, that's fine. How lucky can one guy be? I kissed her and she kissed me. Like the fella once said, ain't that a kick in the head? Room was completely black. I hugged her and she hugged back. Like the sailor once said, ain't that a hole in the boat? I keep spinning. I go to sleep and keep grinning. This is just the beginning. My life's gonna be beautiful. Sunshine enough to spread. It's like the fella said, Tell me quick, ain't love a kick in the head. I gotta listen to that song, but I'd like to be able to play that song. I can't quite remember it very well enough to play it, but that would be a good one to cover. As would, of course, Anticipation of a Wedding. This is obviously a song you need to cover for a wedding. It's probably the most necessary wedding song of all. Of all time wedding songs. What's D minor 7? This? Did I see D minor 7 ones? Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You're all that, you're all that I long for, I worship and adore. Another word, another word. Please, please. I can't remember the melody there. Fill, fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all that I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Good morning, Rachel. Good morning. I'm not going to be able to cover that one either. That's the tricky one. I don't quite know how it works melodically with those chords. Okay, well, here's another obvious, critically important wedding song maybe I could cover. Yeah, I know. See if I can do this one. This one maybe it'd be a little easier. Someday, when I'm feeling low, when the world is cold, will I feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight? your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you and the way you look tonight. I don't know how the bridge goes, but with each word, your tenderness grows, tearing my fear apart. And that laugh that wrinkles your nose, well, it touches my foolish heart. Lovely, never ever change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause I love you just the way you look tonight. Yeah, baby. Just the way you look tonight. The way you look every other day, I don't like it. But tonight, just the way you look tonight is fantastic. Is that the message of this song? Pretty harsh message. You only have ever really pulled off looking good one time. It is so jazzy there. Someday, someday, when I'm awfully low, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. Yeah, I want to welcome all you out-of-towners here for some swinging smooth jazz. Go ahead, get up and dance. It's fine. Because, yes, you're lovely with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you and the way you look tonight. Yeah, 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 you're looking hot like a hot ass bitch. What the hell? Let me touch that shit. You know I want it, 'cause you're looking sexy as fuck. Sexy as fuck. Sexy as fuck. Yes, you're lovely. That should be the bridge to that song. Oh, you think so? I think that should be the bridge to that song. What's a good Ella Fitzgerald song that I'm failing to remember? Oh, I know what I want to play a Eartha Kitt song. Wow. I'm just an old-fashioned girl with an old-fashioned mind. Not sophisticated, I'm the plain and simple kind. I want an old-fashioned house with an old-fashioned fence. Old-fashioned millionaire. Old-fashioned millionaire. I'd like a plain and simple car, a Cersei's Cadillac, long enough to have a bowling alley in the back. I want an old-fashioned house with an old-fashioned fence. An old-fashioned millionaire. I can't the tune to this part. I'll say, weaving at my loom, be no trouble unto my groom, if he'll keep the piles of munty mounting. In our cottage there will be a soundproof nursery, not to wake the baby while I'm counting. I like an old-fashioned flowers, violets are for me. Have them made in diamonds by the man at Tiffany. I want an old-fashioned house with an old-fashioned fence and an old-fashioned millionaire. I'm just a pilgrim at heart, so pure and genteel. Catch me while in Vegas at dawn. I'm at the spinning wheel. I'll ask for such simple things when my birthday occurs. 2 apartment buildings that are labeled his and hers and hers. 2 apartment buildings that are labeled hers and hers. I want an old-fashioned house and an old-fashioned fence and an old-fashioned millionaire. Oh, Eartha Kitt, you're greedy. Thanks, darling. I used to fall in love with all those boys who call on the young cuties. But now I find while tearing off a game of golf, I may make a play for the caddy. But when I do, I don't follow through, 'cause my heart belongs to daddy. This is kind of a tricky one to play too. Let's see. If I invite a boy some night to dine on my fine Finn and Hattie, I just adore his asking for more, but my heart, 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 heart belongs, heart belongs to daddy. I simply couldn't be bad, 'cause my heart belongs to daddy. Da 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 da. So I want to warn you, laddie, though I know you're perfectly swell, but my heart belongs to daddy, 'cause my daddy, he treats it so well. There was a dame that a football game made long for the strong undergraddie. But I never dream of making the team, 'cause my heart, heart belongs to daddy. That should be a song that like transvestites like to play a lot or something. It's a very submissive sounding song, but actually like all Eartha Kitt stuff is not very submissive at all. Let's try this one. She kind of made this song famous as well, although we now just think of it as a classic. Santa baby, slip Slip a sable under the tree for me. I've been an awful good girl, Santa baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. Santa baby, a 54 convertible to light blue. I'll wait up for you, dear Santa baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. Think of all the fellas that I haven't kissed. Next year I could be just as good. Santa baby, I want a yacht and that's not a lot. I've been an angel all year and year. Santa baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. Santa baby, maybe a girl trying to be sexy singing Santa baby. Santa baby,
Yeah, like he's on me.
down my chimney tonight. By chimney, she means her throat. You gotta hurry down my chimney tonight. Oh my God, you're filling my chimney. You're stuffing my chimney with your sack. Thanks, Santa. Imitation of girls. Let's see. I'm sure I want to play. Anything. I want to play anything else? I don't know. I don't know if you heard me playing it earlier, Rachel, but I was playing What Goes On. Man, that song plays just as great as it listens. I've just seen a face. I've just seen a face. I can't forget the time or place where we just met. She's just a girl for me, and I want all the world to see we met. My. Had it been another day, I might have looked the other way, and I'd have never been aware. But as it is, I'll dream of her tonight. My. Falling, yes I am falling, and she keeps calling me back again. I have never known the likes of this. I've been alone and I have missed things and kept out of sight. For other girls were never quite like this. La 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 da da da. Falling, yes I am falling, and she keeps calling me back again. Falling, yes I am falling, and she keeps calling me back again. Well, because, of course, I've just seen a face. I can't forget that time or place where we just met. She's just the girl for me, and I want all the world to see we met. La 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 la. Falling, yes I am falling, and she keeps calling me back again. Falling, yes I am falling, and she keeps calling me back again. Falling, yes I am falling, and she keeps calling me back again. Thanks. That one played pretty darn good, but what played even better is What Goes On. What Goes On is like the funnest song ever to play. What Goes On is fun to play like white boy is fun to play. This is not the right song. That was the Velvet Underground. What goes on? I'm not looking for the Velvet Underground. What goes on? What goes on in your heart? What goes on in your mind? You are tearing me apart when you treat me so unkind. Oh, what goes on in your mind? The other day I saw you as I walked along the road. And when I saw him with you, I could feel my future fold. It's so easy for a girl like you to lie. Tell me why. What goes on in your heart? What goes on in your mind? You are tearing me apart when you treat me so unkind. What goes on in your mind? Scrolling down. I met you in the morning, you were waiting time to time. But now the tide is turning, I can see that I was blind. It's so easy for a girl like you to lie. But tell me why. What goes on in your heart? What goes on in your mind? You are tearing me apart when you treat me so unkind. What goes on in your mind? I used to think of no one else, but you were just the same. You didn't even think of me as someone with a name. Did you mean to break my heart and watch me die? Tell me why. What goes on in your heart? What goes on in your mind? You are tearing me apart when you treat me so unkind. What goes on in your mind? It's so easy for a girl like you to lie. Tell me why. I think it's just fucking jamming country jam. Just it makes me ejaculate out of all of my orifices concurrently every time I hear it. Every time I hear that song, it's like man seeds from every hole. It's a lot of man seed. A lot of man seed. Let's see here. Let's see. Right, this one. Okay. It's an A. Starting over Q then. Well, some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, and it wouldn't do an ounce of good to call me names. Daddy's name wasn't Willie Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm about to find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, cause I ain't got much to lose but lots to gain. Some might call me a good time fella. I ain't black and I ain't yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Scrolling down. Yeah, I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get along, you gotta help and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitars and I like the fiddle, cause that's the kind of soul take to fan my flame. I'm a blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready. I have to work just to be somebody. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. That's the end of it. I thought there was another verse, but there's not. I scrolled down to get to another verse, but there was no other verse. Okay. How about oops, I misspelled it. That worked out anyway. How wonderful. I'll be your mirror. I'll be your mirror. I'll be your mirror. Reflect who you are. In case you don't know, I'll be the wind, the rain and the sunset, the light on your door to show that you're home. But when you think the night has seen your mind, that inside you are twisted and unkind, let me stand to show that you are blind. Please put down your hands, 'cause I see you. I find it hard to believe you don't know the beauty you are. But if you don't, let me be your eyes, a hand in your darkness, so you won't be afraid when you think the night has seen your mind, that inside you are twisted and unkind. Let me stand to show that you are blind. Please put down your hands, 'cause I see you. I'll be your mirror. I'll be your mirror. I'll be your mirror. I'll be your mirror. I don't reflect well. I haven't any silver stuff on me. So you probably can't look at yourself by looking at me. So perhaps I'm ambitious beyond my capacity to be a good mirror for you. Let me try, but you will say that's boo. I'll put down my hands, 'cause I'm not reflective of the original lyrics. That's right. I remember what it's called. If you close the door, the night could last forever, and leave the sun shine out and say hello to never. All the people are dancing and they're having such fun. I wish it would happen to me. But if you close the door, I'll never have to see the day again. If you close the door, the night could last forever. Leave the wine glass out and drink a toast to never. Or someday I know someone will look into my eyes and say, hello, you're my very special one. But if you close the door, I'd never have to see the day again. Dark pretty bars, shiny Cadillac cars, and the people on subways and trains, looking gray in the rain as they stand disarray. People look well in the dark, and if you close the door, the night could last forever. Leave the sun shine out and say goodbye to never. All the people are dancing and they're having such fun. I wish it would happen to me. As if you close the door, I'd never have to see the day again. Never have to see the day again. Once more, I'd never have to see the day again. That's a good BU song. It wins the award for like most like cha 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 Velvet Underground song. What's another good Velvet Underground song? Candy said know completely what other souls discreetly talk about. Hello, Mrs. Chowwa. How are you? Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine enough. You know, I'm kind of screwing around right now when I should be doing other things, probably playing guitar, streaming. But I did sweep up some this morning. Yeah, I'm live streaming right now. No, I am. I'm live streaming right now. I will look at it. I will reply to it today. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you doing that. But so sent me some classical music to make sure that I say like play this one first, then this one, then that one, then yeah. 81 T storms. I'm done playing music now. My fingers are tired. My voice is tired. And I should be doing other things. What's basically about a trans person? I'm a changing from a man to a woman. I mean, that song that is very much basically about a trans person. I was born with this penis and an urge to get rid of it, change it into a vagina. I used to be a boy, but I'm changing into a lady. Oh yeah. Oh, Candy says. Well, that's less about a trans person than the song I was singing, called Transit Up. Your fingers are tired? Well, now your back's going to be tired because you just pulled landscaping duty. Oh, sorry, my fingers are tired. Too late now. You can't take it back. No take backs. 0 take backs. Can I take back my take back? Nope. And doesn't that leave one take back? You're right. All right, I'll tell you what. I'm going to obliterate your take back. We'll get rid of it. You don't have to take it back. No, listen, Mom. I got 2 ounces. I took a half an ounce the other day, 2 days ago. It was just a half ounce of mushrooms, but it was a full pound of shame. That's a great reference, Ruben. No, I'm not going to be streaming again for a while. Probably till after the wedding. After the wedding, when I'm in like major sleepy week because we're out of buy vans, but we got everything done. At that point, I'll probably take shrooms. Because in that context, if it's not too deep in the sleeping part, it's a little bit after that. They kind of give me energy and enthusiasm that I otherwise would lack. So it's like I might be in sleepy week, but if I take mushrooms, I'll live stream. What does it mean when people think you're sarcastic all the time? Well, that you've not mastered the nuanced tones of expressing literality versus sarcasm. Maybe it's because you're always saying everything like this? Do you think? Hey, Mom, maybe you should go to the store. I don't understand why people think I'm always being sarcastic. I don't understand why people are always thinking I'm sarcastic. Okay. Maybe it's because you talk like that. Have you considered that option? It's a better explanation than everybody else is always wrong about your tone. I mean, it's fine to say everybody else is always wrong about cognitive functions because there's nothing mushy there, right? It's not like tone, which requires a holistic evaluation. You can't exactly say, like, well, if the pattern of the pitch wave looks like this, then it's sarcasm. Those kind of rules won't work as rules, really. They're just standards because there's too much context to process to definitively operationalize the definition for sarcasm sufficiently that you could use it to, say, have a computer determine whether something's spoken sarcastically or not. We may be easily able to demonstrate what saying something sarcastically sounds like and how that's different than what saying something regularly sounds like. But in our normal conversations, our sarcasm is never that unnuanced. It's always more complicated than that, right? Like, sometimes it's just straight up deadpan irony, like, oh, we're going to Oakland. Clean streets and happy people. You couldn't be able to tell from the tone that that's sarcastic. You have to have the context of knowing what Oakland's like, how terrible it is, or the context of having heard me talk about it before, so you know that if I'm saying that, I can't possibly be serious. Those kind of factors make it not conceivable to reduce sarcasm to simply a matter of tone. Now, the clarity of a bell, that's different. You can reduce that purely to a matter of tone. Like a properly pitched bell should be exclusively one pitch. If you have a bell that's A or whatever, and you ring it, you take the audio wave file, it should look like a 440 wave colored by whatever instrument is played on. Sarcasm, not quite so precise. Fly guy, don't give yourself too much credit. Annihilation is virtually impossible. We understand that whatever it is you're discussing is energy or matter, we might be able to convert it back to rather different things or whatever, but annihilating it's tough. I have the power to annihilate things because I have a black hole inside of me. Functionally, that counts as annihilation because even if the thing continues to exist someplace else, it's unobservable and therefore that whether or not it even does, and therefore intellectually doesn't. Well, it's right here in my head. I said intellectually it doesn't exist, so that's enough. But if I hit you in the face with it, it would break your nose. Things that don't exist can't break my nose. Okay, you want to test this theory? No. I don't test theories about things that don't exist. That would be a waste of time. Let's say you were to hit me with your non-existent thing and my nose were to bleed. Well, that would just be, things would be incidental. It would be you pantomiming something that's not true, and then my nose just incidentally, coincidentally, bursting into blood. That's what we can conclude based on my proof. I've proved that magic is trusting and loving things. I've proved that you gotta be wonderful to be in my gang. I'm gonna get my charger to plug in this phone. Then I'm gonna get some more woodland cutlets for the woodland friends. Okay, woodland friends. I would get you some cutlets. You think I'm pretty without any makeup on? You think it's funny when I get the punchline wrong. Let's go all the way tonight. No regrets, just love. We can dance until we die. You and I will be young forever. You make me feel like a bit in a teenage dream. Meow, 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 meow. Ah, meow, 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 meow. Never let go down, never make back. Wisdom from Katy Perry. So I want to try this thing out to see if it is sufficiently like squirty to get down the chipping paint. I might not need to use the pressure washer to get the chipping paint down, you know. I think I'm gonna try that out real quick. See if I can get something productive accomplished here. Is there anybody going to listen to my story all about this fairy water wand? It's the kind of wand that might perhaps strip paint off fairly if I use it properly and wrong. Oh, wand. Well, it looks like it's good for cleaning things, I guess. Let's hit some of the chipping paint and see if it comes off. I need a little bit more hose to work with though. Oh. No, that's basically just weak sauce sugar. Good for washing this off, maybe. Might as well wash this thing. I need to wash it clean enough. And we get a bit of a head start on washing it. Today I selected water as the liquid to use to wash this with. I got the thing is effective at knocking off my process off for a common pod. Sometimes you might need salt. I just went up here and I might need a here's also. Get that washed off. Get that washed off. And then squish this a little bit. Yeah. There we go. Making some progress on the washing. That's good. the washing thing. All right, well, sorry I left you staring at the ceiling for such a long time. I've washed this part these parts around here pretty well, but actually I'm going to need some soap to get some of this kind of caked on dust. That thing definitely doesn't strip paint. Definitely need the pressure washer for that. So, I tell you what though, there's more than one way to clean something. There are actually exactly two ways to clean something. There may be more than two ways to clean something. But I want to show you guys right now what I like to call way number 2. I'm going to use this primitive cleaning device, which was once common, called a broom. Instead of using the power of a vacuum to suck up the things, you use your arm plus this device to push the things. Look at me push them. I'm pushing them because I'm trying to get them to all huddle together into a single pile. Then, when they aren't looking, I'm going to sneak up behind them with this dustpan. And then, again when they aren't looking, I'm going to push them into the dustpan. Obviously, it's more challenging to sweep after you made the ground wet. And that was just another example of Eric not thinking ahead, being ill-advised in his meands. In other words, having 6th slot TE. Don't sleep after you make the ground wet, Eric. That's a way to fail. Shut up, critical parent. Criticism kills love. I don't think that's necessarily true about criticizing yourself. Like, me criticizing myself doesn't mean I don't love myself. Doesn't prevent me from loving myself. Or kill that, you know? So I think that rule, criticism kills love, doesn't apply to self-criticism. Self-criticism links much more to actually being accountable than to whether or not you love yourself. It's hard to love yourself if you're not actually accountable. Just start a little bit of music. Hey, 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 says the viewership. I didn't come here for your musings, Eric. Say things more definitive. Or can I say more definitive things? Those cats of mine, they love to poop and pee so much. I think they like to make me clean the cat box. They're like, there. That's what you should be doing. Wasp? You're asking for death, Mr. Man. You're basically saying, Eric, will you please burn me with a fiery flame to be able to truth? Hold on a second. If I see that wasp again, well, we're having barbecued wasp for lunch. By which I mean, I'm going to burn to death. And then force you to eat it. Be taller. Be taller like your brother, Tripod. That's bad parenting. You shouldn't tell your tripod to be like his brother. Well, I don't want it to be like his sister. She's a complete fuck up. I am going to need to get the pressure washer out today to get the chipping paint off. But I guess I should at least bring it out right now and hook it up to the hose while I got the hose unravels. I don't even have to turn it on yet or anything, but I'm going to bring it outside. You guys supervise. If you don't want to feel the love of wonderful times, you should avoid good feelings in life. There it is. The pressure washer. You will note, let me move this thing. Or maybe you will not note, but I will tell you. This pressure washer is a Honda. Or at least it has a Honda engine. High performance Honda, easy start, overhead cam, GCV 160, Honda, powered by Honda. But its brand is actually a thing called Power Boss. But it's got Honda branding on it more than any other brand. And I believe that the engine is a Honda engine because this thing kicks ass. Hondas are excellent. I'm sure they make excellent cars too. I've never owned one, but like Honda, if you want to get like a generator or something, Honda is the best. Obviously, Honda doesn't make something like an angle grinder. So when I went to get the angle grinder, I got a Makita. I knew I did not want a DeWalt because I did not like the way the DeWalt generator played its game. It has DeWalt branding on it over what's just a Genco generator, you know? DeWalt had nothing to do with that except they put their branding and colors on it and charged more. When I realized that after I bought it, I said, I'm not buying DeWalt shit anymore. I don't appreciate being taken for a fool like that. You successfully built in me confidence in your brand of tools, and in one fell swoop, you ruined all of my. I'll never buy DeWalt again. I just get a Makita. You know, part of the reason why people buy DeWalt is they're good tools and it sounds American. Makita's obviously Japanese. Well, if the Japanese keep making better shit, I'm just gonna buy better shit that the Japanese make. So step it up, Marca. You know. And when you do make good shit like DeWalt, don't destroy your reputation with a client, a customer, forever when he might be buying dozens more tools in his life. Really bad idea. I could write them a letter explaining this to them. But instead of appreciating my wisdom, they just roll their eyes and be like, this guy's just complaining about shit. Because after all, they don't own DeWalt. They just work there trying to tell people, you love DeWalt. One way or another, to make them feel that way. Well, I don't love DeWalt anymore. And I'm not going to buy any more DeWalt shit. So, take that. I like Craftsman. That's a good brand of tool. I lived in Laverne in a Craftsman home, which was literally a mail order home from the Craftsman division of Sears and Roebuck back in the day. They'd send you out the lumber and the blueprints and the nails and shit. And just put it together. Isn't that interesting? you may have heard, especially if you're on the West Coast or in the West in general, you may have heard of Craftsman homes before. Like, if there's a Craftsman home, it's on the market. It's definitely a selling feature. Like people go, ooh, because it's old school. It's like 1900, but they're well built, well insulated. These big old old growth wood on them and shit. And they are cool houses. That house had an attic and a basement, and one point had a fireplace, and in its original state, I'm sure it was super badass. People make changes over the years. Still, I'd rather live in a new home that's designed to be effective as a house, like I do now. This house is way more well insulated than a Craftsman home. This house is soundproof beyond any house I've ever been in before. This is a much better place to live. Of course, it's not like right now I'm feeling like, oh, I embarrassed myself and I've ruined my chance with the neighbors or something. But as a matter of fact, I behaved much more embarrassingly in Laverne because Kimberly and I were always screaming at each other. Or I was screaming at her and she was screaming, I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. Can you think of a better way to torture Eric than to say wrong things, and then when I try to explain something, you stick your fingers in your ear and say, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. That is just so mean. You couldn't be any meaner to me than that, really. That's that's like how to make me hate you. Refuse to let me use language to talk to you about anything except just, yes, you are right. I am a horrible person for your unstated or articulated reasons. You're just so awful. You're just so shitty. You just tell me shit like that all the time. It's hard to believe I put up with it at all. I didn't put up with it. That's why we got in so many fights. Because I said, okay, you cannot talk to me like that. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. What a nut job. What do you call a troubling pattern of behavior? Delilah knew right away. She's like, you guys should not be together. But I didn't want to listen to her because I said, I'm Eric. I can make a relationship work with my wonderful strategy of simply demonstrating the right way to be and then hammering the wrong way to be until she either stops or leaves. Well, you can't do that with a BPD person because they will make you leave. That's their whole thing. Well, or they'll hijack it by leaving you abruptly out of the blue. But in my case, it was she would make me leave to prove that I too was going to betray her. What a big lizard. There's a big lizard over there that startled me. It made me say, ah. You want to go look at it? Let's go see it. It's such a big lizard. It's behind my ashtray. Where did it go? I guess it Maybe it went behind this now. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna try to make it come out so you can see it. It's gonna come out right around here. Okay. You see it? You see it now? There it is. It's a lizard. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Lizard. At least I gave you some water to drink. Can you see it licking the water? See, it's licking the water. Or it was. So ultimately, it's glad that I shooed it away. It's like, okay, well, you shooed me to some water. The thing is, I'm not trying to shoo it away because I don't want it to be there. I don't mind the lizard at all. But unfortunately, our cats seem to think it's their job to bring lizards inside the house. Living lizards. Like, I got a new pet. Can you put this in the terrarium? I keep explaining to the cats, we don't have a terrarium and we don't want live lizards inside the house. We also don't want dead lizards in the house. But they seem to bring them in alive more frequently than they do bring them in dead. Because then, of course, the lizard escapes from the cat and goes under the chair. Now we have a lizard under the chair that I can't get to easily. We just have to wait and see. Maybe someday it'll be waiting by the door to be let out, right? That's not the kind of relationship I want to have with lizards. I like lizards. I think they're cool. Like that big lizard, they're really cool. Looks really neato. If I had another phone, I'd take still images of it. But I don't want it living in my house. It can stay outside. From what I understand, lizards like to live outside. My only problem with lizards is they need to get better at not being caught by my cats. Our cats. I said my sign yesterday about the Share Wranglers fan club. Rachel said, isn't it our sign? Well, yeah, it's our sign, but you know, it's like it's kind of a. I tend to default to not speaking for other people. So I know it's my sign. Whether she identifies it as her sign as well, that's a separate question. I'm glad she does. I'm certainly not trying to claim exclusive possession of the sign or ownership of it. But I'm still likely to refer to something like that as my sign rather than our sign, even though it's our sign. So, maybe that's a habit I can break. Well, if Rachel wants me to say our sign, then I want me to say our sign. Because Rachel's so wonderful that she deserves for me to say it how she wants. Rachel and Delilah both get general excuses for wrongness, mistakes, whatever. So I guess I'll put more gasoline into the pressure washer. The important thing to remember about a pressure washer is don't start it up until you've already got the water flowing into it, or you could damage it. Pro tip I learned at the hardware store. If they hadn't told me, I would have broken this thing in like 10 minutes flat. You hear this lady across the street? Ay, ay, ay. I'm not much of one to talk after making a big spectacle of myself the other night. But at least I'm not yelling at my children. How much gas is inside of this? It's got a fair amount of gas, but I'm going to put some more gas in it. Might as well top it off. So once I get it cranking, I have as much time with it as I can. It does have a small gas tank. That's one thing I'll say about this is you got 30 minutes maybe, 45 minutes before it runs out of gas. You gotta refill. It only holds like 1 gallon of gas. Hi, darling Rachel. Oh, well, Rachel, you're co-president. That makes you exactly as much of a member and an authority of and in the Shea Langler's fan club as me.
Okay, good. All right, that's all I need. The wall looks so good.
The what does?
The retaining wall is really like, I saw it on my phone, and it's really like,
Well, I'm getting close to being done.
yeah.
Being done is so much better than not being done. Oh, lizard man. You're such a lizard schmizzard. I hope you find a sumptuous cricket to eat. Okay, so this next part of the live stream is probably not going to be very fun. You might want to turn down the volume. You're just going to hear a pressure washer and see an old man squirting a wall for a while. So, if you want to lodge your complaints in the comments, I'll have no choice but to thumbs up and love them and acknowledge my abject failure as a live streamer to provide entertaining content. Having made that disclaimer, I shall now begin the run to this retaining wall. Remember, you must first turn on the water. So that's what I did. Now I'm going to put on these eye protections. But I know from experience that I leave them on for about 5 minutes and I take them off. Alright. So I also say before you start it up, you should vent the air in. So we kind of just have the hose going through it, but it's not motorized at the moment. It just squirts this little squirt of water. Now we got to turn it up. Turning this on is neither difficult nor complicated. First, you put the gas pump back on, because you didn't do that yet. Then you turn this red knob from off to on, and you pull out the choke, and you just pull this cord here like so. Well, made some progress. I'll take a break. Turn off the hose. This wall's starting to feel surmountable. Like, I'm almost done with that section there. I'm almost done with this section here. But God, it takes a long time. Shit's stubborn. Of course, you know, it's because I picked all the low-hanging fruit already, I guess. Or you get like these three walls that are kind of flat here in the front, all done today. And then I think I could finish the whole thing tomorrow. I'm actually getting pretty close. Amazingly. Will I successfully complete this task? Yes. Will I do it this weekend? Very likely I'll finish this weekend. With the squirting of the retaining wall, I mean. Obviously, I need to sweep up all this crap. I swept up in front of the front door this morning just because I got so sick of stepping on random shit. Also, because when we went to the Oakland game, the Woodland Friends, I left the bag of cutlets by the door and they got into it and ate and shelled all the sunflower seeds that were in front of the door. So obviously, I had to clean that up. I had no choice. Fucking a scammer from the Stone Age? Who is literally a false prophet? Okay, well, but it's not the case that everybody who claims they can provide information via communication is scamming people. It is the case that in almost every instance of that occurring in the past, people were unintentionally misleading each other because of reasons I've already articulated about misframing things and not not viewing language as a verb, but as a noun, basically. But like, I claim to be speaking truth. I claim to be speaking truth more or less exclusively, which is to say, I'm not evangelizing truth that's currently somebody else's pet theory or whatever. Yes, I'm evangelizing Jungian cognitive functions as the means to model human consciousness, but I'm talking about more than just that. That unlocks a whole bunch of other stuff, right? So yeah, I'm claiming, for those who wish to understand correctly via language, things that heretofore have not been understood correctly, you should listen to me. But I'm not trying to scam anybody. I truly believe that to be the case, and I believe to be the case with good cause. Much more good cause than anybody purporting such clarity of vision heretofore. Because basically, it's kind of like before the meta frame unlocked everything for me, I was like everybody else. We were all squinting at something far away and trying to see what it was. And ultimately concluding, well, it's not actually anything specific. It's all just kind of relative, whatever. And then I got a telescope. And I look and I go, hey, no, it is something very specific. That's a pig. That's a whatever. Meanwhile, they still don't have a telescope. So when I'm explaining to them why the pig, they go, it's not possible to see that far. They don't understand what a telescope is. See? The analogy is like that. I could have said spyglass. I've been a little more old school in my pirate terminology. But if I had said that, I would have had to make you walk the plank. And you know what's at the end of the plank? Nothing. Just empty air that you fall through. Believe me, that's not the kind of plank you want to walk down. Ideally, you'll walk down planks that lead to some solid ground rather than just air with ocean below it. But I guess the fact is, in the real world, people don't always get to choose which plank they walk down. Because, guys, the real world's no joke. People die. People get hurt. People get lost in the woods. So, take this shit seriously. Don't fuck around. Don't make jokes about it, for God's sakes. Always wear a safety helmet. Always wear safety straps. Even if you don't have anything to strap yourself to. This is survival 101, people. What are the top 3 things you need in survival? Water, food, shelter, safety helmet, safety vest, safety bubbles, safety things. Those are the top 3 things you need to survive. When I sleep, I don't take chances. I wrap myself in bubble wrap. That way I don't get injured. Because who knows what could happen when you're sleeping? A bear could fall on you. If you have any bears that are crawling on your ceiling, it's even likely. All of my passwords are Eric. But then memory is a number and a special symbol. So it's actually ER9C exclamation point. That's not really my passwords to anything. My password is, you'll never guess this password. That'd be a kind of funny password. Or Google's suggested strong password. That'd be a good password. Those words. Google's suggested strong password. But you make the 2 S's and pass $signs. And you make the zero, the O in word a zero. Google suggested strong password. Well, the government understands. Its job is to force everyone to be safe. CJ, danger's real. If the government doesn't check our leashes often, we could hurt ourselves. Government people, they're different than regular people. They understand how important safety is. It's like you don't understand the attitudes of the church towards people claiming to know God's word and change the rules of religion at the time. Um, I mean, I don't change the rules of religion. I explain what faith is accurately, which relieves this apparent disconnect that causes all these arguments. When we understand faith correctly as a behavior like jogging, then it's not predicated on essentiality. I mean, just as the sidewalk is there, you're not predicating your decision to go jogging on the fact that there's a sidewalk. Oh, EJRND has mental illness. He went through basically a mental health breakdown on YouTube. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, somebody in the grip of mental illness who's making those claims, they're not even scamming, they're just in the throes of delusion. To what end, especially when you just get murdered in the worst way, basically by the government? I don't think EJRND is going to be murdered by the government. If EJRND were scamming, he would have taken advantage of his Typology channel success to squeeze money out of people like C.S. Joseph does. Instead, he abandoned Typology and made a channel called God's Friend because he says he's God's friend. There's a stretch of time where he was making statements like, I'm so God's friend that if I jumped in the middle of a busy street, all the cars would just go around me and I'd be fine. You know, that's not him scamming, that's him being crazy. Alex Jones, I'm not sure about. Alex Jones is the more complicated equation. Let me move the mailman is here. I shouldn't move my pressure washer. Well, my pressure washer prevented the mailman from going through. She had to back up. And I know she's not supposed to do that. So I'm sorry. I didn't get out there in time to move it before she already started backing up. I mean, no, I don't think EJ was around still doing typology stuff when C.S. Joseph was very successful. EJRND was the most successful typology person until he had some sort of mental health issue. And then he started saying crazy stuff, and his viewership went down. And it's like he tried to open a gym in Colorado or something, and people just said he was crazy, basically. No, because it destroyed his thriving YouTube channel. Why would he feign that just to destroy his thriving YouTube channel? I think he is an ESTP. I mean, okay, but that still doesn't explain why he would therefore feign a health problem to destroy it, right? Why wouldn't he just stop making videos? And the health problem he was feigning was mental illness, if he was feigning it. It's like you'd have to not care at all about how you're coming across or the consequences of you making this act. If you were going to do it, you'd have to only care about a singular outcome that could be attained many different ways. So it just doesn't make any sense. I've not heard anything about him claiming disability. As far as I could tell, if you had told him, hey, I think maybe you've got a mental health issue, he would have vociferously denied it and insisted that I just didn't understand God properly or something. I mean, we can't say for sure without talking to the guy, but I think your speculative theory is much less likely to be correct than mine. They're both speculative theories, but mine requires much less assumption regarding his capacity than yours does. There are way more reasons to think he's serious than nothing, so we don't know exactly how the guy makes money. That's the only issue. I mean, and the thing is, even if you do know how he makes money, it doesn't necessarily tell you anything, right? Like, it is the case that I make money typing people. I don't make enough to support us typing people, but I do make money typing people. And I do have a typology channel. And yet it's also the case that I'm definitely not scamming people. In fact, even though I type people for $100, when I receive $100 as a PayPal message, the email, I go, oh God, now I have to type somebody. Well, I watched a guy talk on camera. He does not seem to be crazy. I assume he's not crazy and is lying. You either assume he's really crazy or faking. Well, it's that thing after your first comma there. You watch a guy talk on camera. He does not seem to be crazy. Well, your intuitive sense of whether or not this guy's crazy, when you're watching a video, is clearly not making that decision while being informed by the progression that's occurred over the course of multiple videos. So there was a stretch of time when his videos were clean and normal and sane, and gradually they got more and more insane. Just because you don't intuitively conclude that he seems crazy, what I'm saying is it's much less likely that he's that capable of crafting plans to deceive and executing them consistently over a long stretch of time when it requires that kind of nuanced acting change, etc., you're giving individuals too much credit. Like, let's say something were to really hit with targeting famous people, all of a sudden they got huge. To say that I somehow correctly planned that, and that's how come the outcome occurred, would be completely wrong. When you're looking at outcomes and hypothesizing what did that guy do in order to cause that outcome, you're probably committing an attribution bias fallacy. Oh, well, the thing is, there was a period of time, and you can find some of those videos. I think the channel's called like Blue Mirror or something. That, but before EJRMD deleted all of those, he got them and he put some of them back up so you can still see them. But the thing is, he did delete a lot of those videos during his mental health breakdown. All those videos are gone. So if you want to see them, you got to find the mirrored copies of them. So if you haven't seen those and you just saw like, yeah, and then now it's about God, I don't blame you for thinking that. Because you can no longer see all the specific instances of the gradual change. He deleted all of those videos, and then he deleted his whole channel. So that's fine. Then your conclusion is very reasonable based on the data you have. But if you didn't know that he had done that first he deleted all of his crazy videos, and then he had two channels: his channel with the not crazy videos, plus his God's Friends channel. Then he just deleted his other channel and just had God's Friends. He was still. This happened right when I was coming into YouTube, like 12 years ago or something. I don't think of you as being cynical. Like I know you're asking CJ, but I don't think of you as being cynical. You know, like skeptical of people's motives is not the same thing as cynical. Cynical, in my mind, is much more like jaded. Like the song, I met a boy. To know me, to love me. The basic gist of the song is, but bad or good, there's nothing could take away this tasteless haze of mine. That's cynical, jaded. Because bad or good, nothing could take away this tasteless haze of mine. That's what I think of as jaded, cynical. Like, okay, nothing in the world is good enough to be worthy of my attention. I'm just the right amount of naive and idealistic to make an idealistic pie. You have to have that, my exact ratio. The thing is, to correctly talk about me, like you have to say, I'm just the right amount of idealistic, realistic, and almost willfully naive, which is to say, the best way to interact with people is to afford them the benefit of the doubt. The best way to deal with what's going on over here is to assume that those people, like most people, are idiots. Was that naivety? No. It's a recognition that even the evil genius with some nefarious plan and positioned to execute it, well, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. So, like, I mean, the thing is, if you do, like, for example, if you encounter somebody in the world driving by your stuck car in the sand, and he's got face tattoos, like teardrop tattoos and stuff, and then his truck and he says, "Hey, you guys need some help?" The weird thing is, if you act like you don't notice any of that shit and treat him just like a regular person, he'll do his best to live up to the standards you assume he meets. It's happened. I've seen it happen many, many times with somebody who's kind of shady. That an objective assessment says you should watch out for this guy, but they're not dark triad. If you talk to them like you talk to everybody else and assume the best of them, they're used to people assuming the worst. They'll be eager to try to prove you right. Now, it is true that I have an excellent discernment of character when it comes to people who are truly shady, for whom you should not do that. It won't work. As I say, dark triad types. But I can somehow smell them a mile away. More significantly, they can smell me a mile away, and their noses think I stink like death. They run away from me as fast as they can. Bye bye. What is this called? I'll try to see what this is. This is a little silver box of something. I'm guessing some sort of makeup, but let me see what it says. Bye bye redness. Neutralizing correcting cream. Oh, this is for so Rachel doesn't look sunburned because she got sunburned at the A's game. The reason narcissists can't fool me, even if I am giving them the benefit of the doubt, is that their strategy is always the same. They get you to follow them in some way, like do this, do that, do this. Don't you agree with this? Don't you agree with that? And they think they're walking you closer to an unacceptable behavior that then they can use against you. That never works with me because I evaluate each step on its own merits. And they might get me to say yes, 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 yes. And as soon as they say something that's not acceptable, I will say no. They think they've gotten me accustomed to walking along with them and will just continue walking along with them. But I'm a TI tool user. I evaluate each of their statements independently and correctly. So I'm not at risk of being taken by a narcissist or something. I mean, you can see it with Michelle Schock. She's obviously got, I believe, I mean, I don't mean to project, I don't mean to pathologize her without justified adequate justification. But it smells to me in her brief and stuff that there's some bit of a mental health thing going on, either dark triad, because this is a very determined effort to do harm to me for reasons other than the ones articulated as the justification. So, in other words, when a person's like, I want to hurt them, because why? Well, I'm going to say because this. then you know that they're just consumed by their either spite or antisocial tendencies or whatever, right? Because healthy people don't want to do harm to people without the actual reason for doing that harm being the justification they offer. Michelle Shock doesn't want to harm me because of a copyright violation. She wants to harm me because she doesn't like the video I made that said, let's cancel culture her for this. And the fact that I made other videos naming her, describing what she's doing, reading her emails, she doesn't like that. That's why she wants to punish me for what she perceives as my bad behavior. What makes that indicative of a mental health issue is if in fact I should be punished for that behavior, then she'd say in her brief, he should be punished for that behavior. Of course, she doesn't have any case like that, so she just makes up something else to punish me for that she can at least claim I'm technically sort of guilty of. And she doesn't care that the reason she can't punish me for my free expression is because she shouldn't be able to. That would be bad for the world. Well, if you see through some BS like some of the Dark Triad folks, they have no power at all, which is what they want all the time. But yeah, you could say power, or you could say they want control. I think that's maybe slightly more precise. Dark Triad people want to control other people. They want to be able to successfully predict that they can poke stimulus meow and provoke response yeah, and they don't care about whether the individual whose response they're provoking is enjoying the party at all, right? If it's only fun for you and never fun for other people, the people you're doing it to, then you are something like a narcissist. They don't have any power at all when they're dealing with people that they don't have advantages to leverage over, you know? Like, that's why they run from me, because I'm their worst nightmare. I don't have any secrets. I'm super transparent, and I will call them out on that shit. They rely on other people having things they want to hide as a primary lever in their controlling of people. She doesn't want to be propped up. She shows that spot, Bobette. I'm not going to tell her to sit. You're sitting wrong. Right. I don't know why one would insincerely do that. Now I'm gonna pretend to slowly go crazy as a means of destroying my channel. That'll trick them. It might trick them, but what have you accomplished? I tricked them, that's what I accomplished. It's like, Clubby and TP coming around and these different characters. But always trying to be provocative in his way. Not getting that you can't just change a few personal details to your story and have me not be able to pick up who you are. You've got a whole narrative style. You've got a writing style, punctuation style, a capitalization style. You've got limits in your capacity to say words that are ideationally engaging. So even if you could bring in some ideationally robust words that you maybe copy and pasted from somewhere and put them there, you can't engage back and forth about them. And as soon as I ask a question, you'll act a certain way. You'll just basically shift ground or whatever. So the thing is, he can put on as many fake mustaches and fake boobs and fake hats as he wants, but he's never going to successfully fool me. I won't know for sure in each instance that that was him, but each time somebody communicates like that, I'm going to at least allow for the possibility that it is. So then the question becomes, well, what does he think he's accomplishing? Well, even if he were to fool me and engage in um, a back and forth, a repartee with me that made me think he was somebody other than he is, what in the world has he accomplished? I can pretend not to be me for a little while, as long as I'm just using text and can fool you. Okay, I probably could do that too. I'm quite certain I could do it a lot better than he can, right? The point is, why would I do that? What's the point? If in fact I'm not a real person with a real identity backing up what I'm saying, then my words can only be afforded medium low level of importance because to evaluate words is not an ad hominem fallacy to say you need to know who's saying them because you need to evaluate those words a lot of times in the context of other words that that same person has said. And again, it's true that inconsistency isn't a fallacy. So if if I say I think we should plant trees on Main Street on Monday, and on Friday I say I we should not plant trees on Main Street, it's not an acceptable rebuttal to the Friday statement to say we shouldn't listen to you because you said the opposite thing on Monday. But the thing is, that's a limited scope evaluation of language, right? It's like it's saying evaluate his argument about why we shouldn't plant trees on Main Street independently of anything he said before, because those things he said before are irrelevant to the arguments he's making now. True, no doubt about that. But the thing is, if you want to understand what somebody's saying says about them, but in other words, the previous thing I described is only true for things that aren't about you, or public policy matters or whatever. So, complete that thought yourself. I forgot where exactly I was going. I mean, the most important thing, if you're thinking about the world and like, why is this way? Or why did they do that? Things like that. The most important thing to remember is almost always whatever thing you're questioning is not the consequence of someone's vision. When we remember that, we do a lot better job of understanding the world. Whatever it is you're wondering, like, why did that happen that way? Just keep in mind, 99.9% chance it's not the consequence of someone's vision. They didn't have a vision, make it happen, and that's why it happened that way. Sometimes it is that way, usually in works of art, for example. why is this movie this way? Well, because the director had a vision. Like, why is Pulp Fiction the way it is? Well, because Quentin Tarantino had a vision, and then he did a lot of work and rewrites and stuff to make sure that vision was as crystallized as possible and cleaned as possible. And then he had a visual vision of what he wanted it to look like. And then he directed that film, made it. And so that's why Pulp Fiction is the way it is. That's not the only reason. Elements in it make it the way it is are provided by other actors, settings, scenes, scenery, or whatever. But that's all beneath the frame of his overall vision. On the other hand, why is talking with famous people the way it is? It is not the result of me having a vision and implementing it at all. It's in the opposite. It's the consequence of me not having a vision and just continuing to make videos. I've had many visions throughout the history of the channel and implemented none of them. The only vision I've ever implemented on YouTube is Mindy's Club. So that shows you how things are in the world. EJR&D didn't have a vision comprising many videos over a long period of time to gradually display diminished mental health wellness until he just became too high on God, to come down or something. My aunt's like that too. She's stuck the Jesus needle in her arm so many times that she doesn't know how to process anything through another frame, really. I guess it works for her. I'm not denying the validity of that frame. I'm just saying God probably doesn't want us to spend our whole life in just this one tiny corner of the museum, right? I'd like to think that God wants us to be ideationally engaged, broadened by the power of words. That's what words do. They allow others to be broadened beyond the boundaries of their own experience, informed by the thoughts and experiences of others. On a TE level, it makes it such that I don't have to figure out exactly where the banned people's list on YouTube is. I can Google and ask the question, how do I unban somebody on YouTube again? I forget. And it will tell me. I can use that stored wisdom of others that's been converted into a set of words on a web page to avoid having to TE it myself. I first, of course, I tried to TE it myself because that's your demonstrative function. When you should use your third, you're childish about it and you try to use your sixth, which is not the better way to go about it. That's the first thing I should have done is Google it, right? Ask someone else who knows better what to do, how to do this. Instead, I wasted some amount of time poking around looking for where it is and not finding it. So, of course, we don't have to take advantage of all the benefits offered by communication. By and large, most people adopt none of the benefits offered by my communication because they don't choose to affirm what I'm saying and use it as a frame. Most people around here talking about cognitive functions, even around here, are still talking about them as being informed by lots of different sources, informed by gift differing, informed by um, Jung, informed by uh, BB, informed by who's that guy who called INFJ ENTP the golden couple? Informed by that guy. Anyway, that's wrong. Um, all of those people are misinforming because they don't have the frame quite right, or they don't have it right at all. And to the extent that something they say is correct, you shouldn't find it informative. You should find it concerning because it might mislead people into thinking they should listen to that guy. You can't listen to that guy because it's worse than if he's just completely wrong, because some of the things he says make sense, but you're trying to use his either wrong frame or lack of frame, which means you're going to end up thinking you've got some sort of tool you can use to do something because it works some of the time, only to discover just because 2 times 2 is 4 doesn't mean 3 times 3 is 6. And you've learned that multiplication is adding 2 numbers together. He was right when he was talking about 2 times 2. You see why it's more dangerous to be right in some statements under the wrong frame than to just be completely wrong? Yeah, true hedonism always destroys people, obviously. Like if you're just saying, I don't want to live a life, I just want to shoot this drug into me. Well, you won't live very long because you need to do other things to live a life. Usually, when people destroy themselves with hedonism, it's because there's little in life that they can genuinely enjoy as themselves. There's something kind of self-destructive about it, and underlying it is a deep frustration with the incompatibility of self and world. Usually. Fucking up your life, is that enough for you? Fucking up your life, is that enough for you? Oh, yeah. Too much pain does not create pleasure, but too much pleasure creates pain. That's true. It's a good point. That kind of point is the same kind of point that's made in the argument that says we should always evaluate policy questions through a frame of justice. Because justice is the only value you can ever have too much of. You can have too much equality, you can have too much autonomy, you can have too much meh, but you can't have too much justice.
I came down to take a bond rib and kiss you.
Thank you, darling.
I love you.
Perhaps you also came down to get your bye-bye redness.
Redness.
I'm
Let's
sending
see
you
how it
off on a
works.
Greyhound bus.
It's going away.
Pleasure is not always equal good. You'd have to be like an ancient Greek hedonist to still be arguing against that. I can't think of the name of any ancient Greek hedonist philosophers. Probably because they were too busy whacking off to write a book. But anyway, one argument that's often made in Lincoln Douglas debate, or should be often made, unfortunately, LD right is last I was involved in it had slipped into this one single block of argument that everybody used to justify utilitarianism, which was policymakers always have to act with incomplete information, so we can't use a rigorous framework. It's just fucking so nonsense. So absolutely nonsense. Because it's ignoring the fact that there's an order of questions. We're not asking them to make decisions about which actions to take via complete knowledge. We're saying before you make decisions about which actions to take via incomplete knowledge, make sure it validates on justice. Because that question comes before, and if the answer is no, then there's not any reason to even consider the other parts of the matter. So that's what's wrong with that argument that's for some reason winning framework arguments in LD is the rebuttal to it is so simple. Okay, that's fine if there weren't an order of questions. Obviously, the question of is this just adequately righteous for me to do and not be either morally or legally reprehensible is obviously the first question you have to ask. Like, I got a great plan. It's gonna get us a huge box of gold bars. Well, I don't see any downside. Well, of course not. If you don't ask the question of justice, well, how are we going to get it? We're gonna shoot those people and steal it. Okay, well then, no. Obviously, that's not a plan we're gonna execute not because it's not gonna be an effective plan, not because we don't like gold bars, but because it doesn't meet the criteria of being adequately just to even consider as an advocacy. That's why justice as a question comes before utilitarianism. Utilitarianism isn't even a framework, not a normative framework. It's just doing a cost benefit analysis to determine whether it's advisable to do this morally acceptable thing. The fact that somehow, even in Lincoln Douglas debate, people do not get this is a disgrace to the sport, frankly. It's absolutely the winning argument. It's true. And people just don't want to argue under rights framework, so they just pull out some bullshit to say, oh, we're just going to do a cost benefit analysis. Because, that lets me pile up all the impacts that I want to with these weak ass link stories, plus pile up negative impacts of us doing nothing, again, with these weak ass link stories. And meanwhile, you won't be as well prepared to pile up impacts against my advocacy because I wrote my plan. So I'll have bigger stacks of good impacts and bigger stacks of harms if we don't do my thing, then you'll have stacks of impacts on your side negating it. That's probably true if we don't get to consider whether your plan to kill those people and steal the gold bars is just. Which is why we absolutely have to consider the question of justice first, or we're doomed to be dumb. Don't be doomed to be dumb. Do be doomed to don't be dumb. That's what my public service announcement says. It says, don't be doomed to be dumb. If you want to come over here, then come, but don't be doomed to be dumb, 'cause that would be dooming yourself to dumbness. Yeah, don't be doomed to be dumb. If you do, then please don't come, because I don't want nobody here who's doomed to dumbness. No, no. All you got to do is listen to what Eric is saying. Then you'll know the way and don't be dumb. That song is another public service announcement I made for the government. It's part of my big plan to control people. The government uses my amazing jingle powers to propagandize through earworm. Oh yeah, you love my authority over you. 'Cause I'm a legislature, so you know it's true that you regular people are happy to be told what to do. That's one of my propaganda songs as well, in support of authoritarianism. That's a song that I could sell to Kim Jong-un. Every day I wake up thanking God to be here in the DPRK. If I were in Germany or France, my name would be Rod and I wouldn't be okay. Oh, Kim Jong-un, my hero, love you so much, love you so much. Kim Jong-un would totally buy that song. No, I'd probably just violate my copyright. And it's always like, this song's got a terrible message. Oh, relax. It's got a great beat. Let's dance. Okay, I concede my Kim Jong-un song does not have a great beat. It's not a very good dancing song. But it is a good song to sing in reverence in your Kim Jong-un church. Oh, Kim Jong-un. Thank you for causing our mountain to collapse by blowing it up with nuclear bombs. They got mountain collapse syndrome. Oh, we got this one mountain. We're gonna test these half-assed North Korean nukes. Oh, we got this mountain over there. Okay, just put the bombs underneath that and just light them off. Hey, it sort of worked. Cool, do it again. The mountain's a little bit. I don't give a fuck. Do it again. Dude, all the scientists get crushed into the mountain. Kim Jong Un's like, cool, let's do it again. The scientists are like, if we blow up more nuclear bombs into this mountain, the top of the mountain will literally blow off, venting massive radiation into the atmosphere. Kim Jong Un is like, so? Well, we probably shouldn't do that because everyone's going to be super mad at us. Those imperialists, why? You have to be, I would guess, very dumb to be Kim Jong Un. I can't imagine him being smart at all because otherwise, why would he want to force people to pretend to like him all the time? It just seems like such a dumb thing to do. I guess he believes their lies. You're not lying hard enough to make me believe you. You are gonna die. Ever since I squirted away their waspitorium, the wasps have been like looking for another place to build a waspitorium. There's no place around here for you, wasps. You can build a waspitorium out of your corpses, your burnt corpses. Well, you know, Mom always said, wasps will be wasps. Not around here, they won't, Mom. They'll be charred corpses. That kind of attitude, Mom, resulted in me too. All right, I'm going to put away the pressure washer for a bit. It's getting pretty hot out here. I'll come back out later and do it more. I should do more right now, but I don't really feel like it. The hose attaching thing on the pressure washer, I've had to learn, is backwards. It's lefty-tighty, righty-loosey. I guess it must be because of how hose things are threaded or something. So I got some good news. Even though the A's lost yesterday, Shea Langoliers got 2 hits, including 1 RBI. Probably Mark Kotze thinks it's because he gave him a day off. No, it's because Shea Langoliers saw our sign. If Kotze had played him yesterday or the day before, he would have gone 5 for 5 with 5 grand slams. That'd be a pretty good game. If you went 5 for 5 with 5 grand slams, you'd get 20 RBI. In just one game. You know, like Ohtani's leading the league, I think, with 63 RBIs. But let's say somebody is way behind him, like they only have 43 RBIs. All they need is one game in which they go 5 for 5 with 5 grand slams, and they will catch up in just one game, even though he's 6 over 4 ahead of them. 3-2, you know. And there's been all these games this season already. That's the power of just one game. If you go 5 for 5 with 5 grand slams. If I were a baseball player, I'm assuming I do that every game. Also, I wouldn't bother pitching the kind of weak-ass perfect games that the Yankees threw. If I was going to throw a perfect game, I'd do 27 outs and 27 pitches. Now, that's a perfect game. So, anyway, Should I choose to become a baseball player, my approach is going to be every game to go 5 for 5 with 5 grand slams. And every game, also, I'll be every game starting pitcher. Every game to get 27 outs with 27 pitches. The thing is, my fastball tops out at about 49 miles an hour. That's a little slower than your average major league fastball, but that's what my advantage is. They're going to think, oh, here comes a fastball. And they're going to swing. And like 2 seconds later, the ball's going to reach the catcher's mitt. But by that time, they will have swung again and they'll ground out. They need to ground out every time or fly out because I only have 27 pitches to get 27 outs. So no swings and misses, no balls, no taking any strikes looking. Anyway, if you'd like to use my strategy for yourself to become a famous Major League Baseball player, go for it. I've not copyrighted it or anything. It seems pretty obvious to me, but I guess nobody in baseball's figured it out yet. If I was a manager, I'd just give those instructions to my players every day. Okay, hitters. I need each of you to go 5 for 5, and at least one of you to go 5 for 5 with 5 grand slams. And pitcher. I will give you 30 pitches, but really, you should finish the complete game with just 27. I'll give you 3 balls. Now, if I were the manager, obviously, my team would always win. Because my players, we have 45 hits over the course of the game. As 9 of them each go 5 for 5. Whereas the other team wouldn't ever get even a single hit. Now, granted, I can't completely eliminate errors, but I instruct the players, don't make any errors. And hopefully they'd listen. Of course, no matter who else was on the team, Shea Langoliers would be batting cleanup. It doesn't matter that his batting average is 203. The only reason he's not hitting like 600 is because Kotze doesn't have the amount of faith in him that the Shea Langoliers fan club does. It's that power of encouragement that's the missing piece right now for the A's. Rachel and my encouragement at the A's game, if we could go to every single game and encourage them every game, they would begin winning every game by double digits, 25-3, for example. By the World Series, if we could attend every game, they'd be winning every game 75-0. That's the power of positive thinking. The A's just don't know how to manifest well enough. Meanwhile, I know how to manifest super well. Like the other day, I was really thinking about how I wanted a Big Mac. And then my boyfriend came over and he brought me a Big Mac because I manifested it with my psychic powers. That's what manifestors think. They think stupid shit like that. Obviously, just because you were thinking about getting a Big Mac and your boyfriend shows up at McDonald's, unless I guarantee you, if you think you manifested that, you've not been keeping track of all the times when you're thinking about a Big Mac and don't get one. You got to keep track of those too, if you want to check to see if you're manifesting effectively. If you do keep track of those, then you'll discover you are not manifesting effectively. Anytime you're trying to manifest something concrete, turns out you have to actually go to the store and buy it. Anytime you're trying to manifest something vague, then you're just saying, here's an example of me being courageous, just like I manifested. And it's just finding instances that are not totally inconsistent and creating links that withstand no scrutiny because they're not evaluating all the data. Just the piece of data that looks like what you want it to look like, namely a frog. I'd like data to look like a frog too, but beggars can't be choosers. At long last. I hate that word. What word do you hate? Last? Long? At? Or do you hate the M word? Manners? Martial? Magnanimous? Meaty? Microscope? Mandolin? Marzipan? Merchant? Manny? Oh, manifest. I hate the word manifest. Well, I like the word manifest when it's used like this. Read my manifest. It's clear they're not aboard this ship. I like it when it's used like that. They came on and they wanted to see the manifest. I was just thinking of the manifest. And then I gave it to them. And now I can't figure out if they manifested the manifest or if I manifested the manifest. Moist is a good word. But an even better word than moist is moisten. Excuse me. Could you please moisten my cheek? I'm sorry to bother you. I got two quick questions. Do you know what time it is? And okay, cool. And can you moisten my cheek right here? Well, I don't know. I mean, what moisteners do you have with you? No, not lotion. Water? That's a pretty good moistener. Well, could you just lick my cheek, please? Or just lick a napkin and rub it like a mom does? Oh, God. Every child, I'm sure all of you too, hated it when either your mom or your grandma spit on a napkin to wipe off something on your face. How gross is that? Ew. That's not how to clean my face, mother. Your spit is not cat spit, it's gross human spit. Cat spit's fine. Cats smell wonderful and they lick themselves all the time. So obviously, cat spit is a good cleaning material. Not human spit. All right. Now, before you check to see if that stove's hot, you're going to want to moisten your finger. Ooh, that's hot. Step 1. Moisten your finger with mayonnaise. Step 2. Use your moistened mayonnaise finger to moisten your forehead with more mayonnaise. Step 3. Say, no, silly, that's not cum on my face. Well, because your phone has a good sense of humor and it enjoys these jokes. Just let it laugh it out, it'll be fine. What I have for you today here is white bread crust with moistened mayonnaise glaze. What's the difference between regular mayonnaise and moistened mayonnaise? I took the regular mayonnaise and I moistened it. With what? Moisture. What kind of moisture? The moistest kind. Okay, I don't want this dish. I do not want to eat this dish. You have anything else on the menu? You could have the moistened mayonnaise in a bowl. Okay, we've got to eat someplace else, Rachel. I mean, I know Jack in the Box can't seem to get sodas right, but it's got to be better than moistened mayonnaise emporium. Before you go, I could rub a little moistened mayonnaise on you. No! Get out of here, Mayo Mike. Is that really your name? That's what it says on the name tag. You want to see the back of my shirt? Why? What does it say? Take a look. The moistener? That's right. I'm in charge of all the mayonnaise moistening. Okay, good for you. It's a position equivalent in importance to assistant manager. Okay, let's go, Rachel. You know what, Eric? I kind of want to try the moistened mayonnaise now. Really? Well, I mean, the coffee looks good. You could have a nice cup of coffee, a little bowl of moistened mayonnaise. Okay, Rachel, if you want to eat here, we'll eat here, but. Oh, that is wonderful. Let me start you out with a bowl of moistened mayonnaise, and we'll just move on from there. Then he brings out 2 bowls of mayonnaise, but we're about to eat it with this piece. He says, hold on now. That mayonnaise ain't been moistened yet. He like takes the bowls, turns around so we can't see what he's doing, and then puts it back in front of us. There. Now that mayonnaise is nice and moistened. Are you sure you want to eat here, Rachel? I don't know. Something about his sales pitches just really got me. I've got to try this moistened mayonnaise. Okay. I think I'm gonna let you eat it first and see what you think before I try it. Oh my god. Got such an odd taste. I can't quite place it. I guess it's better than regular mayonnaise. Alright, dude, what did you moisten our mayonnaise with? That's a trade secret. It turns out, actually, it's just tuna fish. It's the same secret ingredient as in Hawaiian barbecues macaroni salad. You think, oh, wow, I really like this macaroni salad. I normally don't like macaroni salad. what's going on with Ono Hawaiian Barbecue's macaroni salad? Finally, I figured it out one day. Oh my God, they put tuna in this. Like tuna from a can, you know? If they just put a little bit of it in, you can't tell what it is, but your macaroni salad tastes fantastic. But one day I went there and they put too much in, and I was like, oh, they have tuna in this. And when he turns around, you can see his heart rate was elevated by the mystery. Turns around, his face is all flushed, and there's beads of sweat on his forehead. There. Now this mayonnaise is properly moistened. You just turned around for like 5 seconds. How did you get all flushed and sweaty? Moistening ain't easy. Well, we can open up moistened mayonnaise next door to Food Cube Caliente. More than just condiments, nothing but bells, amps, ramps, and lamps. Some of my multitude of other business ideas. You know, mini mall could just be all of my businesses. God's Big Heaven Church. Basic business model is uh, auto pay delivery holy water. You know, once you sign up for holy water service, we have to practice. Let's see. Oh, I want to see your guys' impressions of each other. I have to practice, but one might be. I cannot be the only one who thinks this. Second line. If Meow would just listen to me, then Meow would understand what I'm saying and realize how wrong they are and how deeply ashamed of themselves they should be for their mindless commitment to their own wrongness. That's my imitation of myself. Rachel's a lot harder to imitate because she doesn't say a whole hell of a lot. Sometimes she asks funny questions like, are they putting that building together or taking it apart? They're demolishing this building across the street from the hotel in Arcadia. And if you looked at it for a little bit, it should have been pretty obvious they were demolishing it because it had like broken, like they knocked down from like here to here, and then the rest of the building was here. And it had like broken windows and knocked over walls and stuff. But you know, if you just sort of thought about it holistically, maybe they're stacking up those bricks there and making it or whatever. But it was, I just couldn't help but laugh because no, they're definitely taking it down. That was a happy moment for me because I like it when Rachel displays things that I think of as TE polar. It makes me laugh. Probably Rachel gets a kick out of my FI polarness as well, which is very toddlerish. It goes from ooh to aw. It's like I'm less jaded than Rachel and every other INFJ. And the thing is, INFJs are both jaded, and also they like to not be jaded, but they're super perceptive about all the implications of somebody else's authenticity. So you have to you have to have the right expression of authenticity, be authentic about the right kinds of things, and have authenticity proportional, the enthusiasm of your authenticity proportional to the quality of the thing itself. It's very difficult for an INFJ to find somebody who can be authentic in that way because it's a weird kind of authenticity that's very FE framed. And it's a kind of authenticity that requires a lot of intuitive insight into the same sort of things that INFJs have a lot of intuitive insight into. So that's why Rachel likes me, is because I'm authentic in the right ways about the right things. And even though I don't always succeed at it, I care a lot um, about how shit plays, and I'm trying to get better at it, right? So, in other words, in order for authenticity to be truly valued by her, because INFJs value other people's authenticity, uh, but for her to truly value it, it has to both be mostly right and on board with the notion that it should get righter and learn from its mistakes. Emojis are the words of your eyes. See the smile, know what it means. It means I'm so happy now. 100. 100 with two lines under it. It's like you've been given an excellent grade by the teacher. That's what that one means. It's like, I got my paper back from CJ and he gave me 100. I must have said something really good to get 100. Rachel, though, did even better. When she got her paper back from CJ, it had 400s on it. That's the power of the INFJ. They can get their paper to get 4 100s on it. Oh, yeah, sure. Because I know you could have chosen any emoji from 59% all the way up through 100, and you chose 100. That means you must really read my paper and graded it carefully and still believed, wow, that's great. I'm assuming, of course, they have all the other numbers. So you can grade people whatever grade you want. I like to be able to ask my partner, so I did this astrology thing, and it said this and that about me. Do you think it's true? Yes, you do like to say that. That would be imitation of Rachel. Um, I was reading this numerology thing. This is called the numerology, and it said that our two names create an incompatibility that'll cause us to fight about food. Do you think that's true? No, I don't. I think that's not true. Well, I mean, the thing is, what I used to say a lot, but I still will say because it's so unconscious. She forgets to apply it again, right? Like I say to her, Rachel, the only way to answer the question of are we compatible in this way or that way is to look at the actual examples of us engaging in this way or that way and see if we engage in those ways compatibly. We can't look at some other external thing like we were born this many miles apart from each other in our respective birthplaces. We're never going to glean more information from that about anything about either of us or us together than we're going to glean from actually looking at examples of our experience. But if your SI is super unconscious, you you realize that when I say it and kind of get what I'm talking about, but you proceed continually to use your obviously who you are, the NI, the dominant function, and not SI. CJ, here's what I had to say in response to that. I think you may be pleasantly unsurprised by what I have to say about that. CJ, I'm going to grade your paper like this. There you go. There you go, buddy. That's your paper. The poster you turned in, however, I'm giving this grade. I'm sorry. It looks like you just threw it together 5 minutes before class. Okay, that is not acceptable, Ruben. That weird bad. Liking pancakes to be on the rubbery side. No, 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 no. They need to be light and fluffy, like a crepe. Like just like a crepe, except lighter and fluffier. I need to eat some food. I'm feeling the hunger. It says you can't proceed happily and healthily without some calories. But where am I going to get the calories from? Well, I'm going to make one of these burritos. I open the blind British orphan ball. I open. What are you doing? I'm cooking a burrito. Is it for me? No, it's for me. But I'm blind. Okay. I'm still not making a burrito. Would you like me to? The burrito you're making is mine because I'm blind. Open, will you stop with your whole thing about being blind? I can't even see the porridge I eat. Then how do you know it's porridge? Because I can taste it. All right, fine. You got me there. What does it taste like? Porridge. All right, checks out. Your story checks out. Have you lost your cigarettes? Actually, yes. That's good intuition on your part, Open. How did you know? I could hear you patting your shirt. Oh, okay. Well, you're kind of like a detective. I'm blind. I know. I know you are. One time, I accidentally killed my parents. Okay. Well, we've had this discussion before. That was no accident. I accidentally shot them each. A lot of times. you did not shoot them by accident.
I'm blind.
Well, I know, but you can't. Nobody accidentally shoots somebody 8 times.
Blind people do.
I don't know any other blind people who do that.
I do, and I'm blind.
Okay, that's non-responsive to what I said. I'm sorry, everybody. Sometimes Open, this blind British orphan boy, comes to my house and starts conversations with me. I feel obligated to indulge him.
Because I'm blind.
No, just because after you came all the way here from England.
I'm from Ontario,
Canada?
California.
And why do you say you're a blind British orphan boy?
Because I'm British.
Okay, whatever. You're from Ontario, but fine.
Right next to the airport.
Hmm. Yeah, well, that's a good airport to go out of LA from.
I can't see the planes.
Because you're blind.
Because I'm blind.
All right. Well, as soon as you finish your tea, go ahead and head on home.
I didn't start any tea.
But you drank like half a cup of it.
I didn't make it.
Okay.
I can't.
Is it because you're blind?
It's because I'm blind.
All right, Open. Well, anything else you need to tell us today? It's of importance that you've not gotten off your chest yet?
I like hay.
Okay, well, may you find some hay. May you conveniently find some hay.
Hay.
Right.
You said hay.
Yeah. So did you.
No, I said hay.
Okay. I hope you find some
Hay.
on the way home.
You still didn't say it right. Okay.
I wish you were mute instead of blind.
But I'm blind.
I know. You tell me all the time.
Maybe it's because
You're blind.
maybe it's because I'm blind.
Maybe. That might be why.
Blind people are never responsible for their actions.
That's definitely not true, Open.
Yes, it is.
No.
It's never the blind person's fault.
Sometimes it is.
Like when?
Like when you killed your parents.
That was an accident.
Just shut up and eat some porridge, please.
I can't see where it is.
Go on.
Because I'm blind.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. I did not invite Open, he invites himself.
Because I'm blind.
No, because you're a jackass.
Kind of like a donkey.
Okay. Open, look. Rachel's preparing some porridge in the kitchen. Why don't you go in there, eat some porridge, and get out of here?
Do you have a seeing eye, dog?
No.
Do you have a rope leading from here to the kitchen?
No.
Do you have a Rachel to bring me the porridge?
Rachel's not bringing it to you. I'm trying to get you out of the garage.
But
You're blind?
I'm blind.
Well, just feel your way around. Okay. He left the garage finally. So, hopefully we won't have to hear from him again. Once he starts eating porridge, it's like the whole rest of the world just falls away. So intensely does he consume the stuff. I'm not sure why exactly, but I think it might be because he's blind. Eating's such a pain in the ass. Like, I just want to take an expanding food cube, this big, eat it, and it expands into one full meal. An expandable food cube is a subsidiary of Food Cube Industries, but it's a very different product than the food cube sold at our restaurants. It's made out of the same kind of stuff that those squished up sponges are made out of. And you add water, you go, it's made out of that stuff. But a food form of it. It's got all your necessary vitamins and nutrients. It's got your meat, all your necessary vitamins and nutrients. A little bit of bread, like one vegetable, a slice of fruit, like 3 Cokes, all in one food cube. Once you eat it, it hits your stomach water. Because even though it's acid, it's still liquid. It just expands into like a full meal's worth of food. Everyone else is like, oh, why are they taking such a long time to bring us our food? Meanwhile, I'm done eating and off doing something else. So, nothing for me, thanks. I've got expandable food cube. And you don't even have to use water to drink it, it's so small. Just swallow it and say, you guys wait for your meals hungrily. Meanwhile, I'm satiated. I've got delicious flavors filtering up from my stomach. And I'm ready to go back to work. Which should be everyone's goal all the time. Why are you just standing around looking at a phone? Get to work, says critical parent Eric to regular Eric. Also, God, can you hurry up and finish up a reel? Is another thing critical parent Eric says to regular Eric. Regular Eric's like, I know, I'm trying to, it's still so hot. I got a raincoat over there. Hanging on the thing. Don't be scared of my raincoat. I'm not gonna show you my wiener. That's a song I sing about my raincoat right now. Will it be the raincoat's official theme song forever? Probably not. 6 days short of forever. 6 days shy of forever is a good title for a book. Because it's paradoxical. Like mystical paradox. It's about how everything A is also nothing. Everything meow is meow again. Right here, long stranger. All the dishes got broken and the car kept driving. Everyone stopped the stranger. And now the song is over now. And now the song is over now. And now the song is over now. The song is over now. I thought they might be giant songs. Fun ones. You've got a number of fun songs. Like, there's only 2 songs in me, and I just wrote the third. Don't know where I got the inspiration or how I wrote the words. Spent my whole life just picking up my music, shallow grave for the 2 songs in me, and the third one I just made. I'll never be a star, so I politely told the ladies, you still have to call me sir, as I'm in the middle like a bird without a beak, cause there's just 2 songs in me, and this is number 3. That's a good They Might Be Giant song. In a globe perpendicular to the land of the town of the desktop club. And the voices, meow, 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 meow. Yeah, the words and the voice was repeating. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. And the voice was a backwards record. It's like a whirlpool and it never ends. And Anne and I are getting old. We still haven't lost in the glow of each other's majestic presence. Listen, Anna, hear my words. Are the ones you would think I would say if there was a me for you. All alone at the 64 World's Fair. Another small girl after all. Who is that with the pond pavilion? Why was the bench still warm? Who had been there? And the time when the storm tangled up the wire. And at the bus depot. And I are getting old, and we still haven't walked in the glow of each other's majestic presence. Listen, and I hear my words are the ones you would think I would say if there was a me for you. When I was driving once, I saw this painted on a bridge. I don't want the world, I just want your half. That's a pretty good They Might Be Giants song. Come on out, you pikes. Okay, plates. It's time for you to make your grand entrance. This is your debutante ball. Don't be shy. Come out of the box. There. Now, I've got some more plates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 12 plates. Got 12 more plates here. When I'm done unboxing those, I'll have 2 stacks of 12 plates for a total of 2 dozen, sometimes called 24 plates. Count them and weep. But is that all the plates you need, Eric? No. No, we need more plates than that. Oh, what do you gotta do? There's more boxes I have to open right over there. They probably have the other plates in them. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna unbox plates till the morning light, wondering about how to fight off the joy I feel when unboxing plates. I gotta save some for the meal later that I'm gonna eat on these plates. The meal that's gonna be great. When you live with Eric, every action becomes musical theater. Just look at this box of plates. Like that. Okay. First you gotta cut the tape with the knife. Oh, no, this is good. You gotta cut it. Good. Alright, you're doing great. Don't give up now. Perseverance is the key to adherence. Stack of 12, number 2, starting over there. I wish this table were a lazy Susan, but it's not. Number 2. Number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6. It's a half dozen plates that I want to stay on. Wonderful place, would you like to play with my place with me? You'll find fun and see. 'Cause my plates are so fun to play with. let's complete our second box, stack, I'm sorry, of 12 plates by removing these 6 plates from the box you're currently looking at me open. Throwing that out, throwing that out. I don't need that. As you'll know, these boxes these plates enjoy plenty of packaging. And it is the case, of course, that none of the plates are broken. Whether one might be able to ship unbroken plates with a little bit less of this many layers of packaging. Well, that's kind of an open question, I guess. So I'm going to cut this here because I did it upside down. There. Okay, upside down, plate turned right side up, and put it on the stack. That makes number 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and a non-baker's dozen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's take a look. We got 2 stacks of 12 plates right there. And they are occupying less space than those boxes were for sure. Now I need to remove these boxes.
Meow.
I think what I'll do is cut up these boxes and put them in a kitchen trash bag in here. So
I hope you don't mind, but I spoke with my mom and she said that she made reservations for the rehearsal dinner at 18:50 at 5 o'clock.
no, I don't mind. I'm surprised you were able to.
Yeah, me too.
But we've been told before that
I
they don't
know.
accept reservations.
That's what I told her.
Well, she didn't. Yes, he did. Oh, yes, you do accept reservations.
Yeah.
Okay. Before I cut up these boxes with this and this knife, I will smoke a cigarette.
In the garage?
Yeah, the garage. Let's go to the garage and smoke a cigarette. Sure. There's chairs in there. Look how clean the stove is because they cleaned
Oh my god, it's so clean. Nice job. The
Thanks.
sink is really white too.
I've been squirting that stuff on it.
Nice, I did it also.
I figured just to keep the ants away, really.
I got it for you upstairs.
Okay. We're back in the smoking nook. Smoking nook. Baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. It's the smoking nook. You can smoke here if you want. It's the smoking nook. Smoke a book.
Smoking nook, I like
Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I'm a smoking nook. It's the smoking nook. We can smoke here if we want. It's the smoking nook. It's like Kant. Really, that song is called Just the Two of Us.
Oh.
Right.
I like
Smoking nook?
Smoking nook,
Yeah, I like it too. But I don't like it as much as I like Global Beatles Day.
Global Beatles Day is a classic.
Hmm. I like to walk. It's Global Beatles Day. I'm in love. It's Global Beatles Day. I feel good. It's Global Beatles Day. And today's Global Beatles Day. Global Beatles Day. Today is Global Beatles Day. Today is Global Beatles. I hear a song. It's Global Beatles Day. I sing along. It's Global Beatles Day. I feel good. It's Global Beatles Day. Because it is Global Beatles Day. Global Beatles Day. Today is Global Beatles Day. Today is global. Ah, that's a nice singable song. It sings like water drinks. There's nothing about water when you're drinking it. Assuming it's clean water. It makes you go, this seems like something I shouldn't drink.
No.
So too with Beatles songs. The good ones. They drink like, they sing like water drinks.
Okay.
They sing like water drinks. This is water right here, by the way. Oh my god, that is so drinkable.
I was gonna bring out water too.
Well, lately I've just been drinking glasses of ounce and glasses of sun. I gotta admit, water's a lot more drinkable.
I'm glad you discovered that.
And hey, I'm sorry to have pawned off open the blind British orphan boy on you and just giving you the porridge making task. Hopefully it didn't bother you too much in the kitchen.
No, I just let him talk. You know, mostly about his blindness.
Right, yeah.
But he liked the porridge, so that's good.
Did he indicate why he liked the porridge?
Because he's blind.
Yeah, that's what I expected.
Yeah.
That open the blind British orphan boy is just, he thinks the correct answer to why, no matter what you ask him, is because I'm blind. When really, it's only the correct answer to the question, why can't you see anything?
Yeah.
Which is not a question I ever ask him.
It's true.
He just is trying to be accountability avoidant, I think.
Wow. He's accountability avoidant, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's what happened when he shot his parents. He insisted it had to have been an accident because he's blind.
Well, he's able to like get around.
He shot each of them 8 times. I don't know how
Oh,
it could
wow.
possibly have been an accident. With
Damn.
3 different guns over the course of several hours.
Wow. Wow.
So, you know, I get that he's blind, but that doesn't make everything he does an accident. You know?
Yeah. Accountability avoidant he is.
Yeah. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not even sure he is blind. Would a real blind person insist they're blind so often that protest is too much, you know, as Shakespeare said? Now I'm beginning to be suspicious that maybe he's not even blind. I learned today he's not actually from England, he's from Ontario.
Oh yeah, that's right. He is from Ontario.
So I'm beginning to doubt his whole story. I don't doubt that he likes hay. It's pretty clear.
He really smells like hay, yeah, you can tell.
I also believe he likes porridge. I don't think he knows what porridge is.
No, he doesn't.
Because you can put a bowl of anything in front of him and he thinks it's porridge.
The truth is, I gave him oatmeal.
Oatmeal?
Yeah,
That's
because it
close
was
to
microwavable, you know.
You could just give him salad, he would have still thought it was porridge. Maybe he just thinks the word porridge means food.
Maybe. I mean, like, he's an orphan, so maybe he didn't get the best education.
I mean, he is an orphan, but he wasn't before he shot each of his parents multiple times.
He's like a faker.
I mean, he's not faking being an orphan.
No.
It's still misleading people when he calls
Yes,
himself
yes,
that.
he's
'Cause
very
they're-
misleading.
They don't realize that he made himself an orphan. Because I think it's because he wanted to take over and inherit his parents' thriving porridge business.
That's why he thinks everything is porridge.
I'm not sure about that. That could just be his taste buds are broken.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Am I? He killed his parents. Like.
He's probably just colorblind. He just thinks he just leaves that word out, and that way he's still telling the truth, but it's fine.
Wow, he's so sneaky.
And he's pretty sneaky.
That open.
And he calls himself a boy, but he's actually 65 years old. You know? I think he's faking that voice, maybe. Well, like every time I see him, he is covered in hay, so you can't deny that he likes hay. I don't know where he finds it, you know? Like, there's no hay or
How can he find it? Well, he's only if he's okay. So we say he's only colorblind.
Okay, well, he might be only colorblind, but what if he's blind to the color beige?
Well, hay is yellow, and I think that yellow can't be distinguished.
Okay, well, look. Maybe he can see the yellowest pieces of hay, but most pieces of hay are going to have enough beige in them that he won't be able to see them.
So he doesn't know it's hay.
Yeah, but so I don't know how he's always covered in it. I think he's got a secret hay dealer around here.
I bet you. Because someone probably thinks he's blind. They feel bad, so they're like, "Hey, I got some hay. I'll give it to you."
Hello's open. Yeah, I'm hoping to hook up another bale of hay.
Hook up another hill. Bay of hail.
Bale of hay. Bale of hail, hail of bay. It's a bale of hay.
Bale of hay.
That's not a hail bale. That's not a... What was the other thing you said? You said hail of bale, and then you said hail of bay.
Yeah.
Not a hail of bale or a hail of bay. It's a bale of hay. That's a tongue twister.
Bale of hay. That is a tongue twister, what you just said there.
Hail of bay, bay of hail, bale of hay. Hail of bay, bay of hail, bale of hay.
Yeah.
That's hard to
This should
do.
be, they should have that as like an acting coach thing.
Right. Okay, so I want you to practice enunciating. Bay of hail, hail of bay, bale of hay.
No. I can't do it.
Bail me, bay, with a whale today. Bay of hail, hail of bay. Bale of hay, bail me, bay, with a whale today.
Oh my god, you just made a poem.
Yes, and it tells us so much about the human condition.
How so?
Well, it reminds us, without bales of hay, we wouldn't have hamburgers. Cows like to eat hay.
Oh.
That's what makes them juicy and delicious.
Yes.
You would think it would make them taste like grass, but no.
It just makes their.
It makes them juicy and delicious.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why Open likes hay so much. He just thinks, I'm going to skip a step and go straight to the source of the juicy, delicious beef and eat the hay itself.
Yeah.
I'm going inside for something specific. Oh, right. I gotta go cut up those boxes in the kitchen. Well, Rachel, she doesn't have to worry because she can smoke bong rips wherever. I can't smoke cigarettes in the house.
I got my flashlight Christmas party.
Oh, well, it's a good thing we had sex yesterday. I probably probed it out of you.
Yeah, you did.
With my invading schlong.
I'm just glad I got it. I have to put it on my phone.
Oh, right. You're thinking about it in terms of the timing of the wedding.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it in terms
Well, I'm
of...
glad that we had.
In terms of like, how long do I have to wait till stuff like that?
Yeah, I know. I'm glad that we had sex too.
Okay. Cutting up boxes is both art and science. Let's talk about the science part. And the science part is knowing to start with things like this, so you don't have to cut up the break super easily. And just break them into small pieces. Now, then you go to all the boxes, and you get all the styrofoam back. So put them all in here and break. Can't help me, styrofoam. Put that in there. Put this in there.
That means that it's a day that Open would celebrate.
What day?
It's Canada Day.
Oh, Canada Day. Well, he's not from Ontario, Canada.
He's not.
No, he's from the Ontario that's in Los Angeles.
Oh,
He lives near the airport.
no freaking way.
Yeah. He often brags about he's near the most convenient airport in the greater Los Angeles area. Which is true. You're gonna fly out of an airport in Los Angeles. Ontario is probably your best choice. Burbank's not bad. John Wayne's all the way fucking down on Long Beach. This styrofoam won't get off my hand. Look. Oh, it did that time. Okay.
Can I help you with that?
You want to pull the styrofoams out of this box, you can. Just put them on the floor like you got them. You just put them down like that.
These styrofoam feels so weird.
Well, it's horrible how it sticks to my hand so much. Here's another box of styrofoams. Oh, that's horrible. Horrible.
I know, it's so horrible. That's why they don't really use it anymore.
You're obviously going to have to vacuum that out.
Yeah.
Yep, all day.
Oh my god!
We're being attacked by styrofoam.
You are.
Alright. I would just put these squares in here and call it a day. Now you fit these squares in, because they'll squish down the styrofoam a little bit. Maybe I can't fit all the squares in, but I can fit quite a few. Alright, that's it. Now it's time to do this part. You pull these orange things, you go like that, and then you go like this. Pow, pew.
That styrofoam loves you so much.
Yeah, it does. At first I was just being nice, and I realized, oh my god, this styrofoam is so clingy.
That's an excellent joke.
Thanks. Uh-oh. I missed a piece. That's fine. This one I'm going to put in this trash can over here. Alright, now let's get the styrofoam, the cardboard knife out. As Rachel said, this is the best knife to use to cut boxes.
I want to read some cards for you.
Go for it. Because you never cut towards yourself, but I am anyway. It's just a lot easier to cut this when you have it pushed up against yourself like this. Especially when I got a shirt on, so. And I'm still going like perpendicular to myself. So it's not like I'm going to stab myself. These are food grade plates. Oh, good. Serving plates, not for food.
Oh my god.
Because at this point, you're really better off tearing these things out. It's faster, easier. Tear them up. Just like this. When you find when it's hard to tear, like this one, then fine, cut it. That's what I mean, art and science. You gotta be adapting to the changing conditions of the boxes you're cutting.
Okay, 4 cards for you. The first card is the 6 of Swords.
What?
6 of Swords.
What's that one mean?
Transition, voyage, tour, go, depart.
Well, we're departing our long extended, let's just not really do anything right now. You know, including things like, I don't really need to put everything away in the garage, do I? Well, I had to put everything away, you know? Alright, let's demonstrate the other possible knife choice, which sometimes is better even though it's not sharp. Because it's serrated.
Ah. demonstration of your being 8 for some reason.
My what?
You're you being an 8.
Oh. I don't think there's anything to do with that at all. I'm not mad at these boxes.
It's true. You're not.
This has to do with being an action type. When it's time to take action, and I want to take things, I just take the actions.
Good. Okay, so your next card is the King of Pentacles. And it says established, financier, patient, tycoon. Yeah, King of Pentacles.
So I can afford to do what I need to do.
Yes.
That's good.
Then the third card is 3 of Pentacles. Apprentice, build, tools, school.
Well, I'm no expert at hosting weddings or anything, but we are making a lot of progress, and like it or not, in 1 week and 3 hours and 10 minutes, we will be watching you walk down the stairs.
Aww. I'm so nervous about walking down the stairs.
Well, I'm going to encourage you to approach it as advised in the 1980s song and walk like an Egyptian. That's the safest way to walk down the stairs is like this.
I'll keep that in mind.
You got a banister to hold on to, you'll be fine.
Yeah, my dad. I told him I want him to walk me down the aisle, so.
And I get it that, you know, it's easy enough to trip on the stairs, plus you're off feet, plus you got this incredibly trip-overable outfit you have to wear. Wedding dresses are the high heel shoes of clothing.
Yes, they are. My change of address is much less that.
Your change of address is much
It's
less.
much less, it's not a high heel shoe.
Oh, good.
The last card is the 9 of Pentacles. Ease, independent, comfortable, flourishing.
Right, when we're not just sitting around watching TV and trying to figure out how to live when you're not, you know, in a cage. That's flourishing, thriving, actually living the life we want to live rather than still trying to transition from life in hugely non-optimal conditions. I guess hugely non-optimal is a weird way of saying bad. You see, probably the most efficient way to do it is to start a cut and then cut it. Okay, Mr. Box. Off you go. This too. Off you go. On this one too. Off you go. And off you go. Now, and we got some more of these squares. These should be a little bit smaller. So let's see how they tear. These tear easy. Of course, the smaller you make the pieces of cardboard, the more cardboard you can fit into one bag. You don't want to go crazy and make it so small, because then you're just saying, saving bags is super important to me. But there is another factor, which is we have a limited amount of trash can space per week that we can fill up. And it's not really that much. It's plenty for a normal week, but on a week like this where we've got so many boxes to throw away, then we're going to fill up every bit of our trash can space for sure. Okay, now this one. Don't want to forget about this one. You dirty rat.
Oh my gosh, there's ants.
Where are the ants?
There's an ant on the floor.
Why are they kind of like lava floor?
I'll take care of those girls. Good at it.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I had a lot of practice lately. Okay. Now let's fill up this bag with these pieces of oh child, a stupid fucking child, a child who was being born beside the light of the morn. As you can see, I can fit these boxes in here a lot better, and they're all torn up, than if I just try to put them in as big square boxes. Like this piece is too big, so I just tear that up into multiple pieces. Your cardboard box pile is so sweet. I think I'm going to cry. I'll tear those boxes small though and fit them in this bag. Then Monday I'll take to the curb for garbage men to flag. Thank you.
Well,
That's the Christmas song about disposing of the packing materials in which all the Christmas presents go. There we go. Making progress. I think we're going to fit all of this into this bag. That's what I think.
Noah, you're too ambitious in your dreams. You're not gonna fit all of that into one bag.
I might. Listen, if you reach for the stars, you might just land on the moon. And that's better than staying on Earth. Right now, I'm reaching for the stars. I'm thinking I'm going to fit all of this into one bag. And it turns out that if I do land on the moon, just like the stars, is I fit all of this in one bag.
oh, I wanted to tell you, you sounded great.
When I was...
Singing before.
Oh, thanks. That's surprising because I was only trying to sound good.
You sounded great.
Your cardboard boxes. Can't you just arrive already torn into pieces?
Oh, away!
So anyway, Amazon, I have a special request. When you send me something, can you know the box you send in, can you tear it up into small pieces for me before you send it? It makes my disposing of it a lot easier.
Yeah, they should have like scoring on boxes. Like already.
They don't want their boxes to fall apart. That's why they put the tape and shit on it, you know?
That's true.
They don't care how much box get put in the way you have to do. They just want to make sure you're not saying, why is that allowed like that?
Yeah. I hear that.
Otherwise, they have to pull out 1-800-Flowers. Because their box didn't hold up.
It didn't.
And I don't know if that's
They
why.
didn't even know. I didn't even tell them.
It's hard to say if that's why the flowers were subpar.
No, they look like they didn't look as full as the advertisement.
Okay, well.
Definitely like they
but
definitely
they also
failed.
were kind of wilted too.
They
right?
were, yeah.
So the thing is, I don't know if the box failure is responsible for the wiltage or not.
I don't know
It's hard
either.
to say.
It is hard to say.
But it's possible, in which case you'd say that's why they make boxes that are hard to pull apart. Okay, well I did it. I took the things, I cut them up, and I did it. Alright, now I'm going to take these two trash bags outside. And then I'm gonna have to sweep/vacuum up all this horrible styrofoam. But you know what, viewing audience? If you thought we were done cutting boxes, you were wrong. We've barely begun cutting boxes. We got these horrible things. You gotta pop all of them so that it doesn't take up a lot of room in your trash.
Oh, this is so cool. I'm so glad they have this picture in this magazine.
Yeah. That's a picture of a rock band called the Beatles, actually.
Oh, the Beatles?
Yeah.
What about them?
Well, they were this obscure band from England, like a long time ago. Okay, what do we have in the box? Acquaintance. And another box of plates. Okay, box of plates. Let's get this over with. You mistakenly believe that I enjoy opening you. Well, I don't hate it. It's not like going to the dentist, but it's less fun than, say, brushing my teeth, which is not particularly exciting either. Okay. Come on, box of plates. Reveal your hidden treasures. Piao. 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 And piao. Now we have 30 plates. I think we have 6 more coming. You're probably in that other box again. Okay. I think I need to start another big black bag.
Got one for you.
Thank you. Alright, so let me get the other box. this box? Well, if you expected something surprising and different, you were wrong. More curtains. Thank you, I'll take this. And of course, our final box of plates.
Excuse me.
Okay, so all the plates are unpacked. Now I'm going to do something that's going to make my life a lot easier. I will be back momentarily, and I'll be arriving through this door, which is unlocked. I think you're going to be surprised by what I'm going to be doing here. You're going to say, oh, I wasn't expecting that. Now the reason I brought in a trash can, of course, is because it will hold open this big trash bag. There. Now, I don't have to worry about like, oh no, the trash bag is not open.
Good to eat.
Thanks. Things I can just put in flat, I'm just gonna put in flat. Okay. Good.
How are our woodland friends?
Well, I gave them cutlets earlier. We should be fine for the moment. It's very hot outside.
Oh.
Part of the reason why I'm doing the boxes inside. Like, it's so hot outside that it's so hot outside that when I took the lid off the big trash can, I had to drop it. I was like, ow, so hot.
Oh my gosh.
This is a much better approach to throwing boxes away than the previous approach I used. Much, much better. You can maximally squeeze boxes like that.
Okay.
You go down there. And ditty, ditty, ditty. And yeah, don't forget about here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, those are those boxes. Well, we don't need to take these things out. So I might as well do that.
Nice going.
Thanks. Okay?
Yeah, I'm just like amazed at how styrofoam gets everywhere.
I'll do it back then.
so much accomplished.
Thanks, Charlie. Yeah, they all fit in there.
Yay.
I'm sure we could find something to fit all the plates too if we wanted to. Like we could put a lot of them in there. That's weird nonsense. We've also got like down here, there's nothing in it. Put the plates down there. Let's try it. See how big of a stack this thing is. Well, I don't think we're going to be able to fit two stacks of heavy in front.
No.
Just have one put there. We're going to put a couple more on top of it. See you later. Put them all on these two pieces. Yes, I can. Well, would you look at that? So put away. I'm gonna set this trash can right here just outside this door because it's so hot outside. Makes more sense to cut up boxes in here. Phew! So they call me do chore task accomplished. Because of my amazing capacity to do chores and accomplish tasks. Anyway, I guess it would be fair to say I'm the most important thing since electricity. Yeah, it's been a long stream because I've been doing chores for a lot of it. I figured rather than end the stream, I'll just do my chores. It seems a little easier to do chores when I have an audience. So, obviously, watching me do chores is probably not the most entertaining live stream content you can possibly imagine. So, I want to, in advance, validate your complaints. You are right to complain. I am a bad person. Found another box right here. A little one. Might as well just cut it up. Tape on it, of course. There. Boy. Alright, I'm going to take the trash and I'll be right. I'm going to turn the air conditioning in the rear a bit. So at this point, it's pretty much blazing hot outside. But the only reason I've turned the air conditioning is because it's a little warmer than usual in here and I've been working so I'm getting sweaty. That's how well this place keeps the temperature. You would not guess how hot it is outside based on this unair conditioned house at the moment. I just turned on the air conditioning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I'll close the door in the day room.
Or the windows.
The windows are closed.
Well, you don't need to worry about the door.
Okay.
Anyhow.
You did such a good job.
Thanks, darling. I have a lot more jobs to do. Carrot's got to go cut some grass. I gotta go cut some grass. Why do you have to cut it? It's too long. Good reason. Okay. I think it's about time to end this live stream. It's been going on for... I can't trust what it says there. It's been going on for 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Wow.
That's a long live stream.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. And remember to always check the box score to see how Shayla and Gliers did in the most recent A's game. Good habit to get into.